Development Committee to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Warren.
Present. We have one item today. It is a resolution appropriating the sum of $1,800,000 funded by GO bonds chargeable to the FY 2024 Capital Improvement Budget, CIP, for the historic Melrose School revitalization. This is Council District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Could I have a motion? Moved by Johnson, seconded by the chair. We have a presentation for the community. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and state your address and proceed.
Mari Albertson, City of Memphis, Deputy Director of Housing and Community Development at 170 North Main, and joined by my colleague,
Mary Claire Boris, Administrator for Strategic Initiatives at HCD, 170 North Main.
And this is just our request for appropriation of the money that was approved in the FY24 budget for the Melrose School project. This is for basically the furnitures, IT equipment, and the things that are needed to make it a usable facility for the public. And we do have some slides to give you for an update if you'd like to see those.
Absolutely. So first, it's important to know that this building sat abandoned for over 40 years and suffered a great deal of deferred maintenance and was in very poor condition when we started construction in January. But I'm happy to say that now it has a brand new roof for the first time in over 50 years. You can see the holes we were dealing with in the beginning. There we go. Our historically appropriate windows, because this building is on the National Register of Historic Places, so we're taking great cares to preserve the historic quality of the building. All of the lead paint and other hazardous materials has been removed, and that's why we had to get rid of the old windows. But the new ones, which will be historically appropriate, are slated to arrive and begin installation within the next 2 weeks. Yes, there was. And many, many things. Mercury, asbestos, lead, was good times. We have been repairing the brick and masonry. The north side in particular had a lot of structural damage. So, but we've been working with a talented structural engineer to make sure that the building will be safe and be ready to live for another 100 years. Because the building, the first floor is where we're going to install the library. It's very small amount of square footage, and we didn't want it to have too small a space, so we're actually adding a small addition in the back to be able to have enough space and a large enough, space for various programming needs that the library has, as well as, unfortunately, the clay brick tiles that they had all started to crumble off the back wall, so we had to have all that replaced as well.
I noticed you put steel there.
Yes.
Okay, was the rest of the building steel?
No, it's actually old concrete post and lintel construction. So basically the wall space in between those posts and underneath those was completely, you could knock out walls and reconfigure the building however you wanted to and still keep the structure. So when they built this in the 30s as part of the Public Works Administration, they did at the WPA, they did a really good job. But so just this one small addition has the steel, as well as there was an old, utility. It would be generous to call it a utility basement. It was more like a utility pit. It still had the slanted walls, so the coal could slide down easily. So we are reconfiguring that to be a proper utility basement, and then we're going to build over the top of that. You will see some more steel come up. It's starting in the next 2 weeks, so that we can have good office space for all the librarians. But one of the things that this building is best known, any alumnus who from Old Melrose will know that it had this beautiful Art Deco inspired historic staircase. Unfortunately, the wood that the sides were trimmed with was covered in lead paint. And there was some asbestos woven into the plaster that made up the walls of the staircase. So, plus which it was the height of the railings was too low for modern standards. But we took lots of photos, lots of measurements, so we'll be rebuilding it to match what used to be there, only with all the toxic materials gone. So it will once again look like a beautiful Art Deco staircase when we're done. Right now, we've been putting in all of our interior framing. The sprinklers are in, plumbing stubbed out, the electrical feeds going in the wall in. We had to actually remove a section of the back wall to get all of the modern electrical feed in. We had to complete every pipe, every wire, everything that was in this building had to be removed because it was so old. But believe it or not, we actually plan to be finished with the library and the genealogy center in December. It won't open to the public until after the holidays, just for practical reasons. And we're very proud of the team that we're working with, Self Tucker Architects, Grinder Tabor Grinder, and All World Project Management. And just to let you all know, there is also phase 2, which is, well, we'll have that additional programming space and the new administrative offices. That'll be complete in June 2024. And we are currently negotiating with a private developer to take the upper 2 floors and put in senior apartments. That will be done in a public-private partnership. So we're negotiating with them about that now.
I do. I have my question is in reference to your library and the genealogy. Who's handling that aspect of it?
Handling the genealogy center specifically, the staff of Memphis Public Libraries. They have a large historical staff, and they are working with some partnerships, and they're still putting together their specific programming. But Director McCloy can answer that better than I could.
Okay. I know her. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
I have one other question. Some way we could put
We have not yet studied putting solar panels on the roof. Our first priority was to get it structurally sound. Yeah.
But as we're going forward, I mean, I think our project, we may want to be thinking about it.
Right.
And now may be the time just taking that additional step.
I'm just sorry. We would like to request same night minutes if possible, just given the aggressive schedule for the project, if possible.
Have a vote. All those in favor? Councilman Ford.
We spent 2022 doing hazardous abatement, getting out all the debris, the lead, the asbestos, and then reconstruction started in January of this year. The first part of it will be the footprint of the existing building will be completed in December. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Library with a genealogy center. Pardon? Yes, it is a full branch library plus a genealogy center. And so this will be the first time that Orange Mound has had its own branch library. So that's very exciting. Absolutely. I should clarify that we started construction in January 2023. Design started in 2021. We're being very aggressive, yes, sir. Sir, yeah, I was just gonna say, we look forward to working with you on that project.
Let the record show Councilman Jones
Thank you.
Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Ford. Here. Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Smiley.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Colleagues, a couple of weeks ago, I was just out leisurely walking my dog, and I come past a house that didn't know what was going on. The picture's going to be up in a second. But this was me at night. And this is just one view of it. You can see the other pictures. You can't see just how much it is from this angle. There's another angle that shows it. But clearly this was an incident where a dumpster should have been secured by the property owner, because they just set it out with the expectation that the city would pick this up. And if you could go to another picture. Did you get any other ones? Okay, if you check your email, I just sent you some more. But colleagues, we have a situation where, and I go back to where when we have an ordinance right now on the books that essentially says that if the city comes by and we have to mow your lawn, then we can place a lien on it for the amount of doing so. So what I wanted, as a result of seeing this, I wanted us to have the discussion about perhaps doing the same thing when it comes to egregious acts like this. Like I said, you can't tell from here. There's going to be another picture, but this trash was essentially the length of this lot. It was the length of this lot. And so, you know, a dumpster might cost $600, $700, $800, whatever the labor of it is. Now, I come to find out, I did a little research on this property. This was not an eviction. And if you can look at some of the stuff that was in there, as I walked by, I could tell that it was not an eviction. You would see mattresses and other furniture. That has been my experience when I see evictions. But this was just household items. So I do a little research, and I find out that this was a tax sale. So you have a new owner from a tax sale standpoint, and they just said, hey, I'm placing all this stuff out on the street. So I want us to have some discussion about whenever we see things like this, and I'm not doing this from an aspect of we are looking at something to allow private companies or organizations a measure to make a profit. I'm looking to do it just from a measure of keeping and making our city clean. So I want us to have the discussion about perhaps having an ordinance in place when there's a situation like this and the city has to go out there and clean up trash to this degree that we place a lien on it based upon whatever the price of a dumpster may be, any other type of equipment, and the labor that's involved in that, because I feel that that's going to be the only type of deterrent that prevents something like this from taking place. And I yield the floor, Madison. So there you go right there. So you can see that trash is the length. It goes almost from driveway to driveway in this particular instance.
So I think one thing you could do.
You might. That was me taking a picture of it the next morning.
There we go. I think one thing we could do, I think in 2021, we did pass an ordinance amending the eviction set-out ordinance. We could just add a provision, because this is essentially tantamount to, you know, what you would see in eviction set-out. I mean, you probably could amend it to speak specifically to this issue. There's one way we could do it.
I looked at the ordinance, but the ordinance, the way that we had it spelled out in the caption, was for eviction.
Yeah,
this is not an eviction, though.
So I think we can amend and add a provision specifically for tax sales and or whatever, you know, whatever this particular issue is.
I'm just looking at it from the standpoint, I'm looking at it in general. Let's just say that you just have a new property owner and it's not an eviction, or if I'm doing my spring or summer cleaning and I just have so much that And I think that this would go to, I think this will go towards when people have huge trees and they cut those down. I think that I've just seen, I've tried to be as sympathetic to our people's economic situation, but certain things are just too egregious for us to sit back and just let our city continue to be in the state that it's been in. And I think I've been vocal about that economic situation, but this really just this was a straw that broke the camel's back, in my opinion.
In your opinion.
Yeah, because I see it all the time.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with you. You know, I've been saying for the longest, we got to do everything it takes to clean up this city. However, this may take a special committee to sit down and get the do's and don'ts when we're dealing with situations like this. That's definitely an extreme, but there's a lot of extremes in this city. That we have to be careful with trying to figure out how did the debris get there. It doesn't always, believe it or not, get there by the property owner. People are still dropping off debris. The city it was a corner lot over there in Whitehaven had some issues with, and y'all cleaned it up. I'd be doggone if I didn't go back over there the other day. Trash right back there on a very corner lot. And the owner of the lot said, I didn't put it there. I woke up this morning and all this stuff was right there. So, I mean, how do we make certain we're not punishing the people who didn't put it there by putting, and what they did was they kind of like, it's on the corner, so it's falling off into the street on the sidewalk. So is it on that person's property or not? I mean, who would you put the lien on? So I definitely think we ought to do something. I think people need to realize this freebie that they've been having for a long time is time up. But how do we actually implement it to be fair across the board?
So I don't think the issue is implementation. I'm going to go back to Chairman Jones, and I think he's going to touch on that.
Well, and I'm mindful of that, Ms. Johnson, and I think and that's the purpose of having this discussion. Now, we do have professionals whose full-time job it is to deal with this and to be experts in that area. So, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't mind hearing from Public Works Director on this matter and see what his thoughts are on addressing this.
No, thank you. Robert Connect, Public Works Director. I'm also joined by Darius Jones. He's the Deputy Director of Solid Waste. Director Davis was unable to join us. So Director Davis and I talk a lot about the challenges we face in regards to people just pulling out debris whenever they want to. It's because it's a frustration for all of us. Back in 4 years ago, when council helped me approve the new environmental enforcement group, this was the vision for them, was illegal dumping and addressing issues where property owners decided to blatantly just haul debris to the curb en masse, not utilizing a cart, not bagging it, not containing it, not bringing a dumpster in whenever it's excessive amounts of volume, when it's contracted debris. I mean, all these things we've been dealing with over time. We wanted a more aggressive approach. We worked through COVID, and it kind of saw some changes with illegal dumping. So I think we've gotten a much better handle on illegal dumping. I think now is the time and in partnership with Solid Waste, who is doing more tagging, to become more aggressive with these violations. There is quite a bit of authority already granted under the ordinances. If clarity is needed, that's something we can always work with. I know the ordinance we're referring to that was passed kind of aligns with the solid waste ordinances. I think it empowers solid waste to mitigate. It'd be good to mitigate so that it makes Public Works maybe more the responsible agency, since we do all the code violations, and solid waste needs to, I think, focus on picking up garbage and services instead of violating property owners for not complying with our ordinances. So I think environmental enforcement has some capacity now. My goal is to work with solid waste and thus then create a way to identify this when it happens, and take action quickly as we can, and change the mindset of our citizens. You know, we're going to have to be more aggressive with them. There's going to be a lot more liens. It's going to be a lot more cost to them. But I don't know any other way to change their mindsets unless you just make them pay for what they're doing, not just giving them services just to get rid of a problem. That's what we often see a lot of it. Just make it go away. Well, every time we try to make it go away, the person just brings more out. Why stop? What reason do they have to stop? Not just set outs, but all this in general we're talking about. Like you say, anything from tree debris to someone coming in, buying a home and just decided they want to get rid of everything inside of it, and they don't make any provisions for it.
So what's the normal process? You drive, if this is outside and a city employee sees it, what's the normal process?
Well, ideally, there is a number of different, solid waste and public works are the primary agencies going up and down these streets. If we don't get a 311 call, then ideally, so we don't, ideally, and I'm gonna let Deputy Director Darius talk about this, Jones, in a second, that a solid waste supervisor who's supposed to check these routes would in fact see this and capture it and create a report, a notice that something needs to be done. Because this is egregious. It should not be out here. You know, our requirements under what solid waste services is, you get 96-gallon recycling cart, 96-gallon solid waste cart, and up to 5 bags of outside the cart bags, right? So that's what we allow for. This obviously is not, but ideally that's what should happen.
Ms. Connect, as far as in part of our email exchange, you all were going to have this data for me. How many instances do we have? Do we know, like for 2022, for instance, how many instances do we have of solid waste, whether it's solid waste or public works, tagging individual lots? How many instances did we have of that?
So I have some information for FY 23.
Okay.
Is 23, right? 23. So they had, for example, 1,007 solid waste code violations were cited. So this is where they tag it. You had 64 incidents where they were invoiced for a total of $37,000, an average of $581 per invoice. 13 have paid. 51 have been assessed for special tax assessment. So that means they're placed on the lien placed on the property. So they've recovered about $7,831. So that's just an example of of what happened in FY 23.
Okay, so that's 1,000. You said that's 1,007 FY 23.
And that's just ones that we cited. Now there are probably numbers that we did not cite. We're just cleanups. Again, this is a 300% increase from FY 22. That's just in our tagging process, not the number of violations. This is where solid waste made a concerted effort to be more aggressive in tagging clearly about what we're not allowed by the ordinance.
Okay, talk about the personnel. How many people do we have assigned to doing this? Because as I think about 365 days a year and only having 1,000, we're talking about roughly 3 per day in a city that we have 300 square miles. So how many people do we have whose responsibility to do this?
12 plus 15, about 27 people total. If you can combine what solid waste and public works should be doing to address this issue.
But this is not their primary responsibility, so.
No. Well, environmental enforcement, I could say it is one, but the way it's been kind of handled now with the tagging falling under solid waste, since solid waste is not my division anymore, we haven't pulled it over from solid waste, so it is more of we need to make a decision and who should just be the lead. There shouldn't be any, I think, confusion over that. If it's going to have to be a partnership no matter what, but someone's going to have to be the lead on tackling this more aggressively.
Okay. And my final comment, colleagues, I'm having second thoughts, and I'm second guessing our decision to split solid waste from public works.
Was it our decision?
Huh?
Was it decision of this body?
we had to present an ordinance. It may have been before you got here, but yeah, the council created an ordinance that created the division of solid waste. Because I'm seeing where there could be lapses or gaps in filling this. What's a public works responsibility? What's a solid waste responsibility? And in the meantime, things like this are allowed to happen. And I think that over a certain amount, as you mentioned, Ms. Connect, when we talk about solid waste, to be concentrating on the cart, the recycling, 5 bags, whatever. But from a citizen standpoint, we all see it as somebody needs to clean it up, and it's the city, regardless of the division. Those are just thanks. Those are just my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from this body? Yeah. Councilman Ford, we haven't heard from you today.
Sure, you're gonna hear from me a lot today.
Oh, I love this. Get my popcorn ready.
Public Works, solid waste. What about code enforcement? What you just showed us, why didn't code enforcement go out there?
Well, I would think there's probably not enough people, because if you look how big the city is, and
the reason why I'm asking that, you said that's not a foreclosure, anyone else, is it, did they go out to check to see what's going on and why all that debris is out there? Did y'all do that?
I'm sorry, sir. There was
Well,
some
all
questions.
the debris is, did y'all just get code enforcement, or somebody go out there, knock on that door, and see what was going on? And why all that debris was out there? If it was theirs or somewhere else, they should have sent code enforcement. Code enforcement should have handled it a little bit better than solid waste, you all.
So normally we would investigate this if it is like an occupied property. Then the code enforcement would get involved, like somebody's living there and they're actively living there. The ordinances say that code enforcement would handle. If it's a vacant property still, I don't know if anybody's living, then it would become like a ground services, like it'd become an illegal dumping activity where they would be an investigation by environmental enforcement. Alternatively, if they're paying a solid waste fee, I'm just going through the procedures that's under the current ordinances. If they're paying a solid waste fee, then it becomes an improper set out under the solid waste ordinance, where they have placed debris outside of the normal collection. It's uncontained. It's excessive. There are just 3 different ways this could be looked at. I don't have an I don't know of an update on this exact property yet. I don't have a current update though.
My issue is this, okay? Councilman Jones took pictures, everything else. I'm quite sure he turned it in to everybody, okay? 311 is okay, but they do not answer the phone, okay? If they do answer the phone, they're gonna talk crazy to somebody. I'm just gonna be honest with you, okay? Because I'm tired of my constituents, and I'm quite sure every other council member get the same ones calling, complaining about 311 and the issues that they have. But my problem still, if he gave that to you all, nobody went and knocked on that door to see if somebody's moving in, coming out, or whatever else. Nobody did any of those things?
No, it was tagged and then it was picked up by solid waste. So we are going to bill for it because it was tagged. But I don't know that we actually spoke to anybody. Again,
I think he wants.
I agree with you.
I think he wants somebody to speak to him.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
If you all did pick it up, somebody should have knocked on that door, not just tag something. See if somebody's moving in, moving out, whatever else, to do all of those things, okay? Just like what Councilwoman Johnson said, hey, y'all went out there and cleaned it, and then, hey, the next day, you got the same thing out there. But where it was that you knock on the door to see who's who and what, and then maybe that might help y'all a little bit, but it looked like they didn't follow up. And then, like I said, the reason why I'm saying code enforcement, instead of you all to go and do that, they carry a pistol.
Well,
wait, let me finish. The reason why I'm saying code enforcement. Today, people, it's kind of rough out here. You don't want anybody knocking on the door. Okay? That's why I said you want somebody like code enforcement, okay? To handle some of those different things. And then it might solve some of your problems. Not just go and tag it and then y'all pick it up and then they forgot about it. Mm-hmm. And it's going to go next door. And looking at it, nice neighborhood. You see those houses? Houses nice. But that's my issue. No, might help you out.
But just as a reminder, I do have code enforcement as well, so in their public works. So I think that, again, you know, if we want to kind of reword the way the ordinances a little bit, I would just say that, you know, we could be more aggressive. I would put this 100% in the code/environmental enforcement's responsibility, and then, you know, we'll just be aggressive. We'll be citing, we'll be issuing a lot more violations. There's going to be a lot more fines and fees and liens placed on property owners, because we're going to have a zero tolerance rule for something of this magnitude.
I think also,
or one time, and then every time after that is, you know.
I mean, you can be more aggressive, but I would think what Councilman Ford is getting at is also seek information. Tagging and billing, that's one thing, but knocking on the door to figure out what's going on, I think that's a deterrent as well. That's like, I don't want the city of Memphis knocking on my door again, so let me not do that. I think that's something we need to take in consideration.
If code or environmental is involved, they will talk to the owner. I mean, that's their procedure.
Councilwoman, well,
I think it all goes back to one, whatever process eventually, I think there needs to be an appeal process, because, like, you know, it appears that property owner should be responsible for what's in front there, but you don't know. So we're gonna have to come up with a way to ensure that the debris or whatever you're looking at, who's responsible for it. I mean, it's difficult, you know, but I don't know. Back to a strong marketing program to tell neighbors to call when debris is being placed out, and codes is going to have to run to the site whenever they get a call and actually see people moving the debris and bringing it to their attention. I know it's going to take some time, but, you know, a strong effort initially will get the word out that we're going to eventually stop all of this. And then we also need to provide opportunities. Where can they call? Who can they call to help them with this? Because a lot of times people just really don't know. And then give them an estimate of how much you're going to actually charge them to remove this debris. I mean, that's something else that's not being known at this particular time. So just, you know, I just think it's a lot more that needs to be discussed. Yes, it needs to be moved, but we need to be more open and transparent with whatever we do. I mean, it's out there. It's a problem. I agree, but let's make sure everybody knows. Thank you, Chair.
I think the COO, the city of Memphis, wants to join the party.
Good morning, everyone. Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Chairman Smiley, to make this comment. I missed some of the conversation, and I've caught some of it online as I was dealing with some matters. But I wanted to just note that part of what our plan is in coming back to you all at the in the next month is for the solid waste department. As we're looking at the fees, part of what we're looking at also is how do we enforce what's currently happening on the streets. You know, the intention when we moved to having solid waste as a separate division was we also added additional code enforcement officers to help with enforcement. But what we found is that they just had quite enough to do with their code enforcement activities. And we see that there is a need for us to have some sort of enforcement level in solid waste. And that's part of the plan that we're planning on bringing back. Not code enforcement officers, but people who currently we have supervisors who, you know, help us to tag, and we have some lead persons who help us to tag and make sure that the neighborhoods are following and complying with the rules. But we see the need to have an intentional group of folks who this is just what they do on a daily basis, and that will help to create a culture that will bring on the change that we want for the neighborhoods to have. We implemented a new system, and we needed to do more to create the culture that would follow the new rules that we put in place. And so that's one of the main things that we're bringing back as a part of the fee that we're looking at. And I just wanted to highlight that because that seems to be part of what you guys have picked up on as part of the issue.
Dr. Warren's
it is
been
something that also we talked about at the Blight Task Force.
Thank
Dr.
you, Mr.
Warren's
Chair.
been eager.
I think the issue that the citizens have is it's an educational issue. I think a lot of people just think I'm taking it out. And the problem is we're telling them we're coming by every 2 weeks and we're late and we're behind. So we're not out every 2 weeks. So the 2 weeks that I think that I'm supposed to be able to leave my trash out, I put it out, it doesn't go away. So in my mind, I think, well, I just got to put it out there because I don't know when the 2 weeks are. Okay, so we've got a service situation where our citizens, even if they're wanting to try to comply, may not be able to because they're not sure when we're coming. So it almost is like we need to reboot. We need to reboot the thing with a lot of education so people have an idea of what we want them to do, and then we provide the service dependably for a couple months, and I think that'll make a big difference. But that's what we are. So we're so far behind, we can't reboot. That's the issue. So I don't know, do we have the capability to start off and just reboot each route instead of saying I'm 3 weeks behind here and 4 weeks behind here, let's just start and do a reboot. Is that possible, Mr. Connect?
I would have solid waste speak to this for the most part because you're talking about sweeping 300 square miles of the city and trying to get everything done timely and then starting at one point in time. We just got through a big storm. We just had declarations, so we've had a contractor out there picking up all the debris that was storm related. It just, if you want to throw enough funding at it, we could definitely, push hard to clean up everything. But to your point, I can guarantee you can sweep an area and, it's going to be back relatively quickly in many cases. So I don't know there's a way to do it in such a clean way that you're going to get
I'm not saying you're going to get
result,
all the debris.
Yeah.
So let's just take debris out of it. We're going to talk about garbage that people are taking from their home. Couches, mattresses, stuff that they want that we're taking away for them that nobody else does, but we've been doing it. How do we get that type of stuff up? I think it's very different driving around and looking at stacks of wood or branches and stuff from a storm as it is looking at that thing that we had on the screen from Martavius, where it's just stuff from your house dumped on the street. So that's the part of garbage that I'm talking about. So that's what I think we should have maybe a push for. If you tried to do that and get on a schedule, that may be the way we get it. And then, I don't know, do we have the people who are picking up our waste weekly, put something in people's mailbox or put it on top of the garbage can with a note telling them when it's going to start in their neighborhood, we're going to do this, and maybe just to do a big educational push, because I think this is an educational issue and it's a sloth issue.
It sounds like a project for, I think, Chief Fouché, in terms of what we can do in terms of communication. Sounds like a program, a project, a public service announcement. I hope you're listening because we're coming down your street real soon. Matter of fact, I think we're already knocking on your door.
I would love to respond to that, Councilman Warren. You're absolutely right. Education is going to be a big component of this. And, when we started the new system, we did have a big educational push. And I think it is time to have another educational push because the service for outside the card is twice a month. And people, they misconstrue every other week for twice a month, which is a total different proposition. And understanding when you should put your items out is going to be a key educational point. And it does happen as soon as Director Connect was saying, as soon as we come by and sweep, people turn around and put it right back out. They're not necessarily following the guidelines, and that enforcement piece that I was just speaking about will be really helpful in creating that culture that will hopefully address that kind of an issue. I just wanted to comment on that.
Okay, so we're going to take one more question, then I'm not going to look to my left or right anymore, and then we're going to move on. I would never leave you out.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we're going in the right direction. You're going to try to improve the services. I will also, again, reemphasize the need for an appeal process, but I also want to see you doing something about illegal dumping. Come up with a task force or some group that still works with that, because that is still a problem. You might have addressed some of it, but it's still a problem. And we won't, we said the vacant lots, people are dumping on those, And we've talked about the possibility of coming up with some type of fee for vacant lots that will address some of those issues. But still, it's just not fair for a property owner, if they keep the lot cut and everything, and for people to come and dump. We need to try to find some way to find these individuals and prevent them. So we need a task force for those individuals to locate.
We need Jehovah.
So, but at least I appreciate everybody talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna move on, y'all. This 2 weeks, y'all. 2 weeks. Come back. We're gonna have the same conversation. At some point, we're gonna have some results or some solutions, something like that. I think we've been trying it for almost 4 years at this point. 8. 23.
When I was on the council before, we were dealing with this.
Sounds like we're gonna be. Sounds like we need to give Director Connect some more bodies so that he can better take care of the city and keep it clean, and more funding. So let's remember that next budget season. I'm pretty sure Chairman Jones will be here in spirit saying, increase the taxes. I told you so. All right, let's go, y'all. Item number 2, resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $400,000 and other project costs to implement FY24 Urban Art Plan CIP project number EN 24301, Council District 4 and 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by a lot of you all, Councilman Jones and Councilman Ford. Director, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we're asking for today is the $400,000 that council approved during our budget cycle for FY24. This is intended for some of the art associated with our CIP. And so this is an annual allocation. And so we're asking for the appropriation of $400,000.
Any questions by this body? All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Item number 3, resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $1.5 million for sidewalk improvements at North Lake Apartments, project number EN 01116, Council District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. Director.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick update on this. So the caption of the agenda is 1.5 million. The resolution actually is only allocating or appropriating $150,000.
So which one is correct?
The correct is 150,000. The resolution associated with this caption.
So let's please note that although it says 1.5, it should be $150,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the appropriation of these funds are intended to construct sidewalks that connect the North Lake Apartments to the businesses located at Covington Pike and Austin P. This was sponsored by Councilwoman Logan, and so what we're asking for to go ahead and appropriate these funds for the construction of that sidewalk.
All right, Councilwoman Logan, since it's in your district, do you have anything to say about this?
I appreciate you all supporting this. It's a great need for a lot of our citizens that are in wheelchairs and walkers, and we've had a fatality at this area, so we definitely need sidewalks there. We don't have any.
All right. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
There we go. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 4, resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $92,692 to fund installation of stormwater improvements associated with the Accelerate Memphis project located at East Shelby Drive and Tullahoma Road and Oak Haven. Accelerate Memphis, Oak Haven project number to be determined. Council District 3 and 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford. Seconded by Jones. The floor is yours. Whoa.
John Zena, Planning and Development. I'm going to make some general comments that apply to items 4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
These are projects among the Accelerate Memphis projects that Planning and Development is managing. We generally have had some cost escalations across our projects that we've attempted to deal with in every way possible. One of those ways is we approached Director Connect and Director Belen about the potential to use stormwater funds to address elements of the project designs that were already related to stormwater improvements about potentially using stormwater funds as a supplement. We were successful, at least in convincing Director Connect and Director Belen of roughly $1 million, and now we are here to convince you. So this first item relates to the elements of the Oak Haven project that have to do with curb and gutter and storm drainage, and that's in the amount of $93,000.
Any questions?
I would just add that we would definitely want to be consistent to evaluate projects and make sure that funding was utilized for specifically stormwater related items. So it's not just general funding, it is going to specific detailed components of each project that we were satisfied and eligible expenditures under stormwater funds.
I'm gonna go to Councilman Forrest's district. All right, Councilwoman Johnson.
Again, tell me where's the funds coming from?
And Mike, Stormwater.
Stormwater Enterprise Funds. It's one of the enterprise funds under Public Works. So this is paid by MLGW fees. Every citizen, every business pays into the stormwater fee based on their impact. And so those revenues come to Public Works. And so we have capital funding, we have a CIP budget, and operating budget. So we're using capital dollars from the Stormwater Fund to pay for this.
What's the balance over there in that fund?
The balance in cash is $31 million in cash we have reserves. Now, we're not using that. We have some revenue bonds, stormwater revenue bonds that we issued. We also have some. We're getting a Whitfield loan, but this is stormwater revenue bonds at this point.
That wasn't being used, I thought you said.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I thought you said the bonds were not being used in this case.
No, I'm sorry. We are using the stormwater revenue bonds in this case. We had about $39 million in revenue bonds that we received a couple years ago. We've been trying to spend those funds.
Oh, you need help?
No, they got plenty of opportunities.
Try.
No, we have actually we have a lot of projects.
31.
All right.
Good to know. Thank you.
But we might try to spend that money. All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right. Item number 5. Resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $143,432 to fund installation of stormwater improvements associated with the Accelerate Memphis project located on Valentine Avenue in Klondike. Accelerate Memphis Klondike, STAM Klondike, project number ST003205, Council District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Ford.
John Zena, Planning and Development. This is of a similar nature. These are storm drainage and curb and gutter improvements that are associated with the Valentine Avenue street redesign that's being funded through Accelerate Memphis.
The next time you all come, I would love for you to tell me about a project on Lamar, and I think was it Wellington? What street is that? The underpass? Underpass. It's real bad every time. Willette, that's it.
Okay.
Willette. At some point, y'all gonna tell us about, Lamar and Willette, how we're gonna redesign it to stop that. What happens every time it rains? I just feel it in my spirit.
May I?
Because last time y'all told me it's difficult, it's gonna cost a lot of money, but we're seeming to find money to fix everything else but that.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to stay on the record. I like this council, those individuals terming off, because y'all are becoming extremely creative and helping us find funds to spend. So I'm gonna allow you to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. We did include a planning and design study in the most recent Transportation Improvement Program, TIP, that is the federal funds that come to our region through the MPO for the Lamar corridor throughout that area. So that what you're speaking about specifically could be addressed as a part of that overall design.
So how soon?
The funds are available in the TIP now. We just have to approach TDOT to establish a contract to begin drawing them down.
So when are we approaching TDOT?
Imminently.
I like this guy, y'all. All right. Any He should stay around for a while.
Thank you.
Y'all are acting up today. Councilman Ford.
Since you mentioned T-Dot, man, you came out in front of my place, business. T-Dot. Did we ever reach T-Dot? Because Elvis Presley Boulevard is beginning to be a disaster area between Brooks Road and Winchester. The road is dropping, humps in the street, and people are about to have bad accidents, okay? So since we just mentioned T-Dot, you join right along with them, okay? Because I know what T-Dot do. They slow, okay? And that's the state. But I need y'all to really stay on it because if somebody get killed,
Yes, sir.
okay, and that's a brand new street. And Councilwoman Johnson, you know where I'm coming from. It was one hump in the street, now it's two humps, and then, hey, it's another hump right down before you get to Winchester. It's getting worse by the day. So y'all please get with T-Dot and tell them, because like I said, it's a shame that how long that road been fixed, everything else, and I know, man, you came out, you looked at all of it, you took pictures, so please. And then anybody know some of these legislators, please get on them and tell them about Elvis Presley Boulevard because they're up there in the state that can help y'all. Try to get them to come back out there and fix it because it's a shame. And people come in, a little one say, hey, I almost lost control of the car trying to come in your driveway. Because when I come over, hey, it's terrible. You saw it. It's kind of terrible. And we don't want nobody to get hurt. You got 18-wheelers that come there, and they almost turn over. Okay, so please, y'all check that out. That's what I just wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you all. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Item number 6, resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $771,004.86 to fund installation of stormwater improvements associated with Accelerate Memphis project located on Park Avenue in Orange Mound, Accelerate Memphis, Orange Mound, STAM, Orange Mound project number ST03205, Council District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? Second. Moved by Warren. Seconded by Ford.
John Zena, Planning and Development. This is similar to the last two. Stormwater elements associated with the Accelerate Memphis project, the Park Avenue redesign.
All right. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. Can you just tell me exactly where on Park Avenue that improvement is being made?
This is going to be from Airways to Sims.
So you're going to go the whole
route.
Okay. Thank you. We'll be contacting you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 7, resolution appropriating FY24 allocations in the amount of $2 million. Is it really $2 million this time?
It is $2 million.
Oh, okay. Just because sometimes we add extra zeros.
No,
$2 million
not unless you are going to be gratuitous today.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Nah, because we're trying to figure out how we can reappropriate money to put it to some of the council projects. For CIP project number that's why. GS01049, co-adaptive reuse, Council District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren, seconded by Ford. Director, Chief.
So this is
Chief.
This is appropriating money to the southernmost building on that lot. It will be the fleet maintenance building where we will house the body shop, the fire apparatus maintenance shop, which is located on Adams now. It'll relocate. And the final iteration of buildings that are at St. Jude will then relocate or vacate from St. Jude, and we will completely be out of that particular area, and we'll be complete. So we'll have the entire complex area occupied. I'm happy to say that we are pretty much maybe about 90% of the way complete as far as the interior and the administrative building, as far as built out. And we've relocated the occupants from 281 North Parkway. And then, of course, we are about 75% of the way of the fueling station complete. And now we're starting on that southernmost building to start the fleet maintenance building. So we've, in I think maybe 2 years' time, redeveloped that 16-acre site and put it back to adaptive reuse.
So the buildings that are near St. Jude, we're currently leasing those?
We are.
Okay. I think somebody else had a question to my right. Dr. Warren?
Thank you. So you said you're 90% complete on North Parkway, that area in Overton Park. Is that correct?
No, in the interior area of relocating. So the administrative area in Coke, we're 90% of the way complete of that construction.
So you haven't relocated though?
We began relocating. Yes, sir,
Okay.
we have.
And so what is your time frame for relocating out of Overton Park? And
we began.
Okay. And when do you complete that?
So I'll have to go back and talk to the team, but we're just about complete as far as relocation.
So when
they can begin occupying.
When are we officially turning that over to the zoo and the conservancy?
That transition has started.
So they're already partially in there at this point?
Yes. We've had weekly meetings where we began to transition to OPC and the zoo.
Perfect. That's great. And we're almost out of the buildings on, I guess, North Parkway by St. Jude's, and we're 90% out of that, and we're going to completely transition that to St. Jude's when?
By end of the year.
Very good. All right, thank you very much.
All right,
Yes.
appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
So, and I want to make sure that I understand what I mean by transition, meaning they have site control. So full moving exterior and remediation, repair, and things of that nature, we still may have items to go. But as far as occupancy and operating, we are now operating out of Coke.
Good. All right, y'all. Appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 8, the final item of this committee, resolution appropriating FY24 funds in the amount of $2 million.
Unless we want to make this a council project.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
For project number GS 22202, City Hall Improvements, Council District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Jones. And now I'm assuming Chief Director is going to tell us why we're spending $2 million more to fix the outside of the building.
Improve City Hall.
I mean,
so we spent a lot of money improving or replacing the cladding. So as a part of this, we're going to freshen up the exterior. And as you parked in City Hall, you noticed that we had some garage water features. When we removed the landscaping and did some investigating, we learned that we had some intrusion issues. The intrusion issues came from our beautiful magnolias, and then, of course, our pavers that needed some replacing and maintenance. So now we have to spend some additional money, and this is the first phase of that. So we're going to start on the east, and we had to dig out all the planters, and we're going to have to go back and replace and repair the pavers, and we are going to have to replace the magnolias because they've taken root. Their rooting systems have actually taken root in our garage.
okay.
So
I have a question. One more question. Does this account for the fund it's going to take to fix,
No, sir. No, sir. That $2 million does not account for the entire plaza.
All right, so inquiring minds want to know, really just, Brooke, How much will it take to fix or the entire plaza?
$6 million.
All right. All those in favor?
Again,
No, we're just talking too
So-
good.
so-
He talking too much.
so he asked
Too
the
many
question, he
numbers,
got
too many
the
numbers. I
answer.
don't want to hear. All those in favor of this particular allocation, this phase. Well, there's a question from Dr. Warren, and then we're gonna keep it moving. Dr. Warren.
Over last Christmas, I went to Thailand and went to Angkor Wat and saw those temples there. And if you saw Temple of Doom, that Indiana Jones, that's where that was filmed. And it was amazing to see what the trees had done to these structures over the centuries. And I'm just wondering, how wise is it for us to put another magnolia tree out there when it's costing us $2 million to take it down? So I think as we're thinking about this in the future, let's come up with Plan B that would someone keep in a pot.
We are going to
Okay.
come back and with potted trees that are raised high enough so we will be able to maintain and they won't be defamed or vandalized.
Good. I think that makes really good sense. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those
Thank you, Mr. Smiley. I needed you then. Thank you so much. My name is Cheyenne Johnson, and I'm calling the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee to order in the absence of Easter Thomas. Now, may I have a roll call, please?
Chairman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Carlisle?
Here.
Councilman Smiley?
I'm not going anywhere,
Councilman Warren?
at least for 4 more years.
Present.
Johnson?
Present. On our printed program, we have 4 items, but item number 4 is not going to be discussed today, so we only have 3 items we need to deal with. Item number 1 is a referendum ordinance to amend pursuant to Article 9 and 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, Home Rule Amendment, provisions of the Charter of the City of Memphis, the same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1879, as amended relative to partisan elections for the offices of the mayor and city council members, and to repeal all provisions of the city charter inconsistent with this amendment. This will affect all council districts and is being sponsored by Chairman Jones. At this time, Chairman Jones, would you like to discuss this matter?
Well, first, I'd like to move it, Madam Chair.
Okay, Chairman Jones is moving it. Can I get a second on this?
I second it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, as everyone knows that we're in the midst of an election right now where we have 17 candidates on the ballot, and some of the opinions that I've had expressed to me is that the public needs a way to whittle down, if you would, the number of people in this particular race. Now, I'm aware that back in the 90s, so we're talking 30 some odd years ago, there was a consent decree that was issued by a judge who is now deceased. And so that particular consent decree prohibited us from having runoff elections in the super districts as well as the mayor's race. And with 17 members in the race right now, we could very well foreseeably, out of a city with 630,000 residents, have 20,000 people determine who the next mayor will be for the city. And so as a way to do away with that and not having to go back to the federal court and have a deceased judge's order reversed, that particular order did not prevent partisan, but it did prevent runoffs from doing so. So as a way to bypass having to go to get a federal judge to reverse, and there have to be arguments made, whatever the legal expense of going to federal court to do so would be avoided if we had primaries for the mayors, and that's the basis for this. So to cut down on what the legal costs would be, and then let's just say that whatever those legal costs are, we still can go to federal court, and whoever the federal judge that is here in this case could rule against us in this. And so we still be where we are right now, but we could be out of tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. This avoids that, and all that this does, colleagues, it puts it on the ballot. And so if the voters of Memphis vote this down, we will continue to be where we are right now, and that's the spirit of this.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Jones. Let it be known that Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Robinson came in. Okay, I also wanted to make it clear to the listening audience that this ordinance is not changing anything. That decision would be made by the voters once this particular item is placed on the ballot, and they will have to vote on
Correct.
it. This is only to give them an opportunity. Councilman, our Vice Chair Smiley.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion to suspend the rules to introduce referendum ordinance to add 50+1 to be also considered as an alternative to address the other nonsense that we're seeing in the mayor's race. So I so move.
Okay, Can I get a second?
Point
on
of
that?
parliamentary procedure.
If I'm completely wrong, just tell me.
Yeah.
You don't do all that.
So we're in committee. We can hear item number one, and then if the chair would allow any new or old business to be added,
Okay, cool.
Vice Chairman Smiley, that would be an appropriate time to move your referendum ordinance because I think they are companion pieces.
Okay.
So I would suggest that we just stay on item one and then move and add your item to the committee.
Okay. Well, and I so move.
You
So
will-
withdraw.
Okay.
My motion
to
suspend
be
rules, and I
returned
move.
at the end of the
And
discussion.
add this as a companion item.
Okay, we'll come back to it.
Okay, cool.
Chairman Warren.
Take a look at the item that's being passed out.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Warren.
You know, I think that the intent of this ordinance is good. I think we need to do something with where we are right now. I don't think this is what we need to do at this point. You know, we've got the next election is going to be coming up next year. We've got time to actually review our options because I think part of this ordinance that we have in place now was designed to protect and make sure we had one man, one vote as we had a city that had runoffs that constantly elected a majority white council in a city that was 45% African-American at the time. Now we're 65% African-American. And as we move forward, I think we may be better served by totally looking at our entire structure and coming up with a structure that perhaps may be 13 single districts. It may be 9 single districts and only 4 at-large super districts. And we may decide we want 50+1 for the mayor, but we still want a supermajority or, you know, not a supermajority for our super districts. And that, I think, is going to take discussion among us to try to find out what we think is a better way than just partisan politics. So I don't think partisan elections will help our body. I think it just divides people on a local level where we don't have to be divided. So I personally don't think this ordinance is the right way to do it or this is the right time to do it. I think we need to do it at the first of the year, and we need to do it in consultation with our lawyer who can give us some information about how we could possibly draw something up that would address the needs that Chairman Jones is trying to address at this point. So for that reason, I'm not in favor of this ordinance. I do think 50+1 for the mayor is a good idea, but I'm not sure going for partisan politics is what we need to do at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Chase.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilman Chairman Jones, and soon to be thanks for Vice Chairman Smiley. You know, I think that there are some very valid points that are made about 17 people being in the race. I mean, I would tell you that it's really probably, I think we all can agree, there's really probably 4 people in the race, but the point still stands. It's still a valid point. And I'm sure in certain neighborhoods, too, it's caused a lot of confusion. And you've got people that know somebody and they'd prefer to vote for another candidate, but they feel bad about it. And so they, you know, they feel like their vote's wasted. And so a very fair point. The spirit of trying to whittle it down through partisan elections, I want to push back on respectfully. I don't think that that's the way to go. I disagreed with the Republican comments that were made about school board races. And I recognize that people try and find a group to identify with that maybe best represents what their ideology is. But ultimately at the state and federal level, especially in this hyper-partisan environment, it's become incredibly toxic. And you've got people that feel like they're boxed in because if they don't vote for a certain party, they feel like, again, their vote may be wasted. But they're dealing with issues that are not even in the stratosphere of what, predominantly, of what the Memphis City Council goes through, right? Like we don't have any purview over healthcare. We don't have any purview necessarily over the Second Amendment. We don't have, you know, certain things that are these major, you know, immigration policies as far as the border is concerned. And so, or Social Security or Medicaid or Medicare. And everybody has viewpoints and opinions on that. And so, and I often think, too, that one of the things that I love about nonpartisan elections, outside of how this body operates, because we don't have party involvement, like executive committees, is that oftentimes people don't go and do their homework on candidates because they're just waiting to see where the ballot shows up and they vote straight down, even though they may put a candidate in an office that was already struggling in that office to get certain things out of that office that have four wheels on them. And so, and I'm not saying, by the way, that I'm ragging on both parties here. The other thing too is that you've got people that may ascribe to fiscal conservancy, but are proponents of public safety programs and welfare program, not welfare, but social safety net programs that the public needs. And so I'd be willing to bet you there's a lot more independent candidates and independent voters out there. And this, I think, locks their hands up. And so I just don't believe that partisan elections are in the best interest of the city of Memphis at all. But I do agree, and we're going to find out here once we get the election results about whether this 17-person field was a terrible idea. But I do think that something has to be done. And if 50% plus one goes on the ballot, I think that that's a reasonable thing. But I see partisan elections and I see partisan politics in this country in general as a clear and present danger. Citizens United was the absolute worst decision to come out of the Supreme Court in the last 100 years. And I know that people are going to be like, what about Roe v. Wade and these other decisions, Brune versus people? But it all started with that one decision because of the amount of money that flows in for special interests. And it has ruined this country's ability to have reasonable conversations. And I want to keep that out of this chamber. I think this body has been exemplary in particular, especially because, and I'm sorry I'm going long-winded, but I'm reflecting on these last 4 years with you all. Like, we didn't know each other. We had like 3 meetings together, and then we went into lockdown. And it's taken us a little bit of extra time to spend together, but we have always found a way to try to work together. We've had some heated debates, but ultimately we've said it's the 13 of us talking it out, and we're not allowing partisan parties and executive committees and these things to try and bleed into what we're doing. We're truly trying to represent our neighborhoods. And I know people will often say, well, you know, partisan politics can't fill in potholes, but the reality is, you know, we all agree on progressive things. Like, this body put a gun referendum on. We have funded affordable housing. It's never been one or the other. And so I just, deep in the core of my soul, think that if Memphis is going to have a chance, that partisanship must leave this body and stay out of it. And so I respectfully just will not support this, but I appreciate the chair's desire to try and whittle down. And in honesty, I know how you feel about partisan politics, and I respect your opinion that it does give people an avenue, and maybe that's what they need is some help to be informed that way. And I think I just respectfully, you know, can agree to disagree on that. So with that, Madam Chairman, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smiley. Okay, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Robinson would like to be recognized, and also let it be noted that Councilman Ford has joined us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am intrigued by my colleagues' comments on today. I think this is the right conversation that we need to have right now in our community. I believe truly that we need to vet what Councilman Jones is saying, what you're saying, Councilman Carlisle, and as well as our Vice Chair. I believe the community needs to be involved in that conversation. And we shouldn't do this overnight, 2 months. We should give this the due diligence. And a prior position on the school board, it may not have worked out like people wanted it to, but we've got to make sure that we include our citizenry, where they can ask questions, where they understand, and where we truly engage the community. Whatever we put on the table, I'm going to support. And as we talk about it, then we can make the changes that need to be made and put what we need to as a council before the people for a vote. But what our opinions are today are great. They're moving us in a different direction, and that's something we need to do. But what is that right direction for the citizens of Memphis is going to require some time, some talent, and it's going to require some input from our citizens. Let's not forget them in this process. Let's remember that they're going to have some ideas, and we're going to have people from our left wing, right wing, center, but we've got to be able to determine where we need to go moving forward and then allow the citizens to decide what it is that they want. So let's not get all upset and worked up about this. Let's just make sure that we present our best effort forward, and we're doing it for the interest of the citizens of Memphis. Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing anyone else wanting to speak on this particular item. Let's take a vote. All in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
Aye.
So we have two individuals in opposition. That is Carlisle and Warren. Vice Chair, would you like to be recognized?
Absolutely. With your permission, I would like to add, I guess as a companion to, I guess, while we're having discussion about partisan election, also to have a similar discussion about 50+1. I think our goal as a council is to figure out how we can address our concerns, and seems to be the concerns of many of the people that I encounter in the community about, what can we do? Councilman Warren and I often say in jest that no matter what happens in the mayoral election, we will both have a mandate because we both will receive more votes than the incoming mayor. And council,
that's gonna be very true.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say it often over the next 4 years. I have a mandate. With that being said, I will with the chair's permission, I move to add this 50+1 referendum is a special item in this agenda.
Are you seconding?
I'll second and I have a question.
Okay, Dr. Warren seconded. We have a question from Dr. Warren.
Is this a substitute referendum, or are we going to have both of these referendums on the ballot?
I think
Because, I can see this referendum going. I don't want the first referendum on the ballot.
So my position is this. I think while we're having these conversations in line with what Councilwoman Robinson just stated, I think we have to have these conversations to figure out ultimately what's in the best interest of the public. And we can't have that if we just move one out the way. I think we need to continue having these conversations to ultimately figure out what the citizens of Memphis want to do at large. Because, I think 50+1 is the right way to go, but the people may say, JB Smiley, you don't know what you're talking about.
Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, I would say that to keep it clean and so that the public understands as this conversation progresses, that these would be two separate referendum ordinances. Yeah. And that, and again, to Dr. Warren, to your point, when these things come down to their third and final vote, one may make it, one may not, both may make it, both may not. And then once they go on, to Councilman Smiley's point, I think let's just keep them separate. That way people understand what's being talked about. I apologize. I get this. I keep looking quickly. Councilman Smiley, is this for all races or is this just for the mayor's race?
I feel, I take pride in echoing the sentiments of Councilman Jones to say, I told you so. This is the same ordinance that we attempted to vote on when we had a person appointed to this body. And this is specifically for the mayoral election. So I'm gonna say it one more time. In the words of Councilman Jones, I told you so. Just for the mayor's race.
Just if I may respond, I hear you, and I told you that in the meeting. My only discomfort with that was that it was substituted in, and I told you that I would support it if you brought it back, and I will hold to my word on that.
I was going to quote you specifically if you did not. But Meredith was going to pull those quotes.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Jones, please.
So what I would hope, colleagues, is that, I presented the other one. I'm not married to this, and the timing of things, I know I won't be on the council after January 1st, but perhaps, colleagues, we can forward this one. Now, my thing is that, I don't know, do we go to the federal court first? So here's my thing. I don't want us to have to go to federal court and then the judge says no. Where are we then? So if that's the case, what I would ask is that I'm okay with I would hope that we go to federal court, get permission to put this on there, because the judge may say, hey, they may look at all of the merits, look at everything, may almost reconstitute what that consent decree is. If it dies, if it fails, then we bring up the other one, which doesn't require any type of intervention from the federal court. But my thing is, we can go down this path. We could end up with a federal judge who says, I don't give a damn. And we will be right back where we are right now and stuck with that from now until the cows come home. So that's my concern about this. If we go down this path, I would hope that we go get permission to do so before we actually put this before the voters. That would be my concern with this and my ask of this.
For my clarification, when you said put this, when you mean both for them?
No, 50 plus 1. So what I'm saying is that I can speak to it. We can take partisan off the table, okay, and just have this. But my thing is that it could go before the voters, and the judge could still say, based upon all of the arguments that were made back in 91, 95, whenever that's the case, that judge may still say, I'm going to let it stand.
The 50 plus 1.
Well, no. Let it stand that there's no runoff. So we'd be stuck right back where we are right now. So before we go do that, I would hope that it's almost like we get permission to put this on the ballot, and then whatever the will of the people will stand. But right now, to me, there exists the possibility that a judge can say, we could pass this, we could put it on the ballot. A judge could still say no, because if you look at all the arguments, whatever the case was made back 30 years ago, may still be the case. Yeah. That's the risk. That's what I'm unsure about.
That's possibility, but I also think that the mere fact that if the voters have selected this, that that'll be a lot of evidence to present to the judge to say the people have spoken and this is what they choose to have, which I think will affect his or her decision.
I get it, but they still can say no. That's still a possibility. Yeah. They still can say no, and I would defer to the attorney.
Okay. Vice Chair Smiley.
So I'm going to wear my councilman hat right now, and I'm going to tell you what Attorney Wade said. So we had this same conversation, I believe, last council meeting, and what Attorney Wade spoke specifically about. We don't need permission to put this on the ballot. He said the best indicator of what the people think is by putting to the people to allow them to vote. Once we do that, he said he will have to go before the judge and say, hey, this is what the folks in the city of Memphis would like to see. And he's almost inclined to say, based on that, and considering the dynamics of the city has changed since we entered into that order, he's almost certain if the people of the city of Memphis want this, that the judge will be inclined to allow us to have a 50+1 in the mayoral race. And also, I think Dr. Warren's going to speak on it too, also as it relates to the partisan elections, that still essentially goes against the consent decree. The judge can say, you know what, I don't like that, and strike it down. I think no matter what we do, once we address the mayoral election, no matter what happens, at some point in time, there's going to be a certain attorney that's sitting right there, usually laid back in the seat, telling us, well, it's on then, brother. And he's going to take it to the federal court and have that conversation. I think we end up in federal court no matter what we do. Specifically, we pass legislation that speaks to the mayoral election. But I also want to say to this body that it's a necessity. Do you want the next mayor of Memphis to lead a city of over 630,000 people with less than 20,000 votes? I told y'all, I'm going to tell you again, for the next 4 years, I'm going to tell you all, I have a mandate because I will have more votes than the next mayor. Like, we have to be better, and we have to consider this going forward. The next mayor of the city of Memphis should lead with the majority of votes, not the 20 to 22,000 the person will receive.
But Madam Chair, if I may, if we get back to that, but keep this in mind, colleagues, the drop off from a general to a runoff is so great, we still could end up there.
All of those are possibilities.
We still could, but
hypothetically,
no. Show me a runoff election where the numbers match the general. It just does not exist.
But not 20,000.
Well,
Okay, we
never
don't,
know.
we can have the facts to make that determination. But before we proceed, I think we should have both ordinances out there for the individuals to vote on. But Chairman, Vice Chair, I want to be part of the 50+1, help sponsor that one.
Thank
if
you,
you would
Congress.
allow me. Logan says she wants to be a co-sponsor as well. Dr. Warren wants to be a co-sponsor for 50+1.
Yes, ma'am. Also had a comment.
Okay.
I think Councilman mentioned and Counselor also pointed out that the idea that somehow just having partisan elections is going to keep us out of court is wrong. Because anything we do that changes how we vote changes the consent decree, no matter how we do it. So that's going to have to go to a judge. So the question that we have to ask ourselves is, do we really want to put something out that could actually end up causing us to have partisan elections and making our body more partisan? And, you know, right now in our country, we're seeing what's going on in all the other branches of government and how well they're interacting with each other. Our federal government's getting ready to shut down, okay? We've got people at loggerheads and they're not cooperating. Why do we want to even give a chance that people may not understand that that's what's going on and have them vote for that? So in my mind, this 50+1 makes great sense. And I don't think we should proceed with the partisan and have people vote on it, because I can see how they could easily be misinterpreted by people who don't understand the repercussions of what that would do to this body. So it's dangerous to put that out. And it's, you know, in my mind, it's unnecessary, particularly if we're addressing this and where we are now. If we want to look at how we've got our districts and take extra stuff to the judge next year, I think that's very reasonable. But at this point in time, I think the issue we've got to address is we've got 17 people running for mayor. And I'm not claiming I've got the same mandate that Councilman is claiming. I'm just, he's claiming a mandate. I'm not. I'm just thankful I'm not running a hard campaign like all you other guys are. Okay, but
Okay.
in this way, I think we don't need to put that out there. And I hope when this comes up, we will vote it down. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we need to vote on this additional item in reference to a 50+1 as far as future elections results. All in favor, will you respond by saying aye? Any objection? Not hearing any of that, received a favorable recommendation. Thank you. Let's go on to item number 2, a discussion of healthcare provider, RFP. It was requested by Councilman Warren. Before we do that, let's go to 3 and let the appointments get there. The appointment should be quick, because you know it's going to take a minute for RFP for this issue. Okay, the appointments for the Health, Education, Housing Facility Board. Is Mr. Cliff Henderson here and Katie Schatz? Come on in. Will you come up forward? Okay, James Jelinek is going to be recommended at a later date. He's not here today. Okay, can you both briefly tell us something about yourself and why you feel you would like to be part of the Health and Education and Housing Facility Board? Briefly.
Hi, my name is Cliff Henderson. I reside at 5503 Walnut Grove Road.
Good, thank you.
I've been a citizen of the city of Memphis for over 25 years. I've served on this particular board since 2018.
Okay, so reappointment.
Yes, so and I serve as treasurer of the board as well.
Okay, good.
So this board, if you guys know, has authority to issue pilots, also, approve bonds. We have 120 apartments in the portfolio as of now. But the more important thing that we're also doing is compliance and holding people accountable. So it's one of those things that I think we probably have 10 units on the watch list. So we view that as much more important now.
Okay.
And so we've been focused on that. I view it as a voice for those individuals. We're trying to fight blight with apartments, bring in investment dollars but also hold people accountable for what they're doing because they're getting a privilege with the pilots that we're providing. So
Thank you.
right.
I think you understand the program quite well.
0 meetings.
Yes, he did. Okay, Mrs. Katie Stotts.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Katie Schatz.
Shots.
Thank you. And I live at 521 Rienzi Drive in downtown Memphis. I've been there for 4 years, and previously I was in Midtown for 8 years. So not lucky enough to be born and raised in Memphis, but I've spent 12 years in total here. So like Cliff, mine's a reappointment. I was first appointed by this body in 2020 during COVID. So last time we met, it was via Zoom. So I'm excited to hopefully get to continue on the board. It's been an honor to serve the city. I have learned so much from doing this work, and it's really important work. I'll piggyback on what Cliff has said, and he's really been kind of my mentor on the board. I've learned a lot from him with his experience. But the other piece that we're really focused on now, in addition to compliance, is increased education for those in our portfolio. So the actual property managers and lessees, we're planning an annual program where we bring them in for a full day of education about tenant benefits and how to stay in compliance. So I think that's a really important thing we've been focused on. We also did a total rewrite of the policies and procedures of our board. I believe that was earlier this year with the help of our wonderful attorney firm. So you may know I'm the CEO at the Memphis Area Association of Realtors, and through that work, I get to help our realtors be advocates for fair housing, and I've had a lot of opportunities personally to, do fair housing training and serve at the national level on the Housing Opportunity Committee.
Okay. I think you're well qualified.
So I thank you for listening to us this morning and for.
I have one council person who has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations for your nomination. How do you all feel, and this question is to both of you, about Safeways?
I'm a supporter of it. So I think it's another initiative that's probably on the second tier for us to look at how we can incorporate that and encourage. So we have stopped short of trying to mandate it, but we're trying to encourage because we do see that those apartments or multi-family complexes that do incorporate Safeways do see a benefit. So but for us, a lot of the people that we're dealing with are out-of-town investors. So it's really about that education, as Katie mentioned previously. And that's like I said, our next rung to push as we go forward.
I'll echo that exactly. We, I think, are all in favor of it who currently sit on the board. And we've just been trying to decide how to implement it. And like Cliff said, whether it's a mandate or just strongly recommended and suggested. Several of our properties are in it currently, but it's something we definitely have talked about a lot and support.
Okay. And I know if, you can't mandate it, but having crime prevention plans and environmentally engaging or, those types of plans that address the environment as a crime prevention tool, I think is smart. So I just kind of wanted to know your thoughts about it now that you're wanting to be on the board or remain on the board.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Chairman Jones?
Thank you.
Mine isn't a question or mine is just a comment. Having served on a non-paid voluntary board before I was elected, I just want to thank you all for your exemplary attendance records. You're taking time from work to do these things, but it says to me, with your attendance records here, that you're doing the public's business in a diligent manner. So thank you for your attendance, and I fully support your reappointments.
Move it.
Can I get a second? Second by Logan. Dr. Warren, you got a question too?
I guess my question for the record is I'm wondering, how long do we continue to do appointments in the current administration as we're moving forward? And I'm wondering, do we want to stop after the election for any new appointments unless they're urgent?
This can be the last one.
And just bring that up for us to think about officially. And I don't know if we need a policy on that, but maybe we can discuss it in executive. Thank you.
We don't necessarily need a policy. We just need a.
Colleagues, I just say we do it on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. I think we can
We
definitely.
always have the discretion.
You know, and maybe, you know, right. We could talk to Easter Thomas in regards, since this is her personnel committee, and see can we get some help from that direction. But I want to thank both of you for coming. Can I get a vote on this particular item? All in favor of these two being appointed? Aye. Any opposed? Do I get anybody opposed to it? Not hearing any. Both of these names will go down with approval recommendation, okay? Thank you again for serving. Okay, let's get back to item number 2, discussion of healthcare provider RFP. And it was requested by Councilman Warren. Dr. Warren, you have it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're in the process of doing a new RFP for city insurance, and I felt like our committee needed to have a report to the council in general, and I've asked for that, and I've turned it over to you. Thank you.
Good morning.
Fonda Fouché, Chief Human Resource Officer. We have selected a vendor for our healthcare plan administration. It is Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee. They were the only vendor to be able to offer us both Methodist and Baptist networks. There will be no changes in premiums, and we will also be able to provide more services at the employee clinics. And open enrollment will be mandatory this year, and it starts October 9th. We're still in working out the contract, so we're still in the contract phase, but we did award it to Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Can you talk to us and sort of explain to the council how you went about that process and how you made that decision and who all applied? So
we have 4 vendors to submit RFPs. It was Blue Cross Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Aetna, and Cigna. We had an RFP committee that reviewed all of the RFPs, and because the employees wanted the option to have both Methodist and Baptist, and with Blue Cross Blue Shield only offering, they were the only vendor to be able to offer that. That's how they were selected.
Are there any other questions? Chairman Jones.
Good morning, Chief. Was there a change? I know that there was some back and forth earlier this year, so they've gone back to the table and they are
They reached an agreement with Methodist, and that agreement that they worked out goes well beyond our contract that we're working on with them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Well, seeing enough, that ends this discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other business that needs to be brought before this committee? Not having any?
I guess one question I had before you leave is it a choice and select plan that we're having coming up like we had before? So the choice plan will be the Methodist and Baptist plan. That'll be more expensive, right? And the select plan will be Baptist and Regional 1 only, correct? Choice plan does not include San Francis? Yes, it does. It includes, and does the select plan include San Francis? Yeah.
She's like, I'm trying to go.
Yeah. We won't bite. It'll be good. You're safe here.
It would include Baptist, St. Francis, Regional 1, Methodist, and Labana. And then the select.
That's the choice plan.
The select would include Baptist, St. Francis, and Regional 1.
And LeBonner.
Yes.
So the select will also have LeBonner.
Yes.
So the children, even in select, children will have the access to LeBonner. So I think people should understand that.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Okay. I
for that update.
meant to get that out. I'm sorry. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Frusham. Again, this meeting has adjourned.
Councilman Morgan?
Here.
Councilman Smiley?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Robinson? Councilman Ford? Chair Carlisle?
Here, the chair has a quorum. Seeing that the administration is not present to be represented, Councilwoman Robinson, would you like to take up item number 2? A resolution to establish a program for positive after-school youth programming, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson. There is a request for same-night minutes. Do I have a motion and a second to hear this?
Move it.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Ford. Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours. Colleagues, just a reminder, there is a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've already introduced this to the committee, and basically, it just says that we should allocate the dollars of $2.21 million to the City of Memphis administration for the creation of a pilot program. It is outlined on the form that we have here for you. The only thing that I've changed or added is that it doesn't have to be just churches, but any not-for-profit organization to provide activities for our youth in the community, to give them something to do other than go to the library, to the community center, so they have other options. Our citizens are asking us every day to do something to help our youth get on a better trajectory or direction. The program will provide a toolbox. They can select what activities they want to do or participate in. It could be around learning a new skill. They can do a movie night. They can do table games where they can learn to engage with one another. But it can even be sports. But activities that will draw youth, that they can walk to, that's in their community, that's accessible to them. And I believe it will help build the character and skills that our young people need, because now they spend so much time on these cell phones and Instagram, and they don't know how to communicate with one another or anybody else without becoming angry or disenfranchised, or even just the normal communications of eye contact, speaking to each other, negotiating through any disagreements that you may have, and gaming really does that well. The library system has agreed to provide reading programs and other programs that they have decided that would be helpful to our youth in the community, but it will be institutionalized in those communities where we will track how many students show up, who they are, when they come, if it's successful, and we will allow our students or whoever shows up to do evaluations so that we can always check and see where we are. Do we need to change this? Do we need to move it? And instead of just having programs and we don't know where they are, we need to be able to analyze and be able to review and evaluate and course adjust as necessary. That's my presentation. Any questions? I'm willing to answer.
Councilman Smiley. Vice Chair, thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Vice Chair Smiley.
Co-sponsor, that's it.
Thank you. Would there any objection to Vice Chairman Smiley being added as co-sponsor?
No, it's not.
All right, fantastic. I'll say a couple quick remarks from where I'm sitting. This goes back to my comments earlier about how this body has come together, which was we all talked about these larger initiatives. We worked together through budget season to find this funding. And now a council member has come with, a way to utilize that in the best interest of the community. So I'm incredibly appreciative. I also would like to join as a co-sponsor. I will make a couple quick notes should there just kind of preempt potential questions. As Chairman Jones and I found out, speaking with council last meeting, that churches are eligible for funding from the government. They are required to provide a 990E a 990T. So they will be eligible to do that, and they will turn over the appropriate documentation just like an NGO would. So if there are members that have any concerns, know that that is allowable, and that the grant and the finance department will be able to address that. Anyway, very excited about this opportunity, and those are my remarks. Any other councilman? Yes, sir, Councilman Ford.
I think all council members need to be co-sponsor. If you don't want to, you can stay. Okay. Going back to churches, I got to go back 20-some years again. They did not. We kind of made it that way because when it came down to the black church, black folks, that's the only place that they could go. So you had to kind of look at things a little different. You know, that's why, hey, when I was on council before, we kind of made it because they tried to say we couldn't, but we had to let them know, hey, when we were coming up, we couldn't go many places, but to the church, okay? I just want to make that note. That's why I hate churches, but hey, I don't want any churches just going, I want some of these churches that's going to be doing something, not ones that already got plenty of money, some of these poor ones, okay? Especially in District 6.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm concerned about District 6 right now.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for your leadership on that issue, Councilman Ford. Chairman Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Robinson, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please, if you don't mind. But colleagues, I would hope that in the next budget cycle that the way that this is designed, Ms. Robinson, I know that this is a pilot. How long is this pilot supposed to be in place? Is it a year, 2 years? Okay. So it may go into the next budget cycle, but perhaps there could be some results that we see sooner than this.
Right.
But I would hope that future councils will see the need for this and really to expand this in a greater manner. Council Vice Chair Smiley, you've heard me say it before. We may not be in the education business anymore, but we still are in the children business.
That's correct.
And so if we really want to address our concerns, I had what would have been an ambition of mine was for the city to be the largest after school provider, whether it's after school care provider here in the city, whether it's utilizing the churches, using the community centers, and any other willing organization, nonprofit, for-profit, whatever the case to do so. But I think that this is a step in the right direction, and thank you for allowing me to be a co-sponsor of this.
Thank you.
Well done, colleagues. I'm sure the sentiments are the same for those that are not at the dais. All those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation with same night minutes signify by saying aye. The decision's unanimous.
Whoa.
We're going to hold item number 1 until next meeting. And then, colleagues, we do have new business. You don't have anything in front of you, so you're just going to have to trust me.
Charity's like, hold up.
Oh, Charity's got it? All right. This is also Councilwoman, yeah, well done. Councilwoman Robinson, this is going to come to you, and then I'll read the caption, and you're just going to have to trust me. Colleagues, this was a part of our budget process, and we're going to be sending council members that had other projects like the South Memphis Beautification Project, Councilman Ford. We had it on our spreadsheet. The finance department has asked that we have appropriating resolutions for that money. So as you'll recall, let me just read this in and I'll kick it to Councilwoman Robinson. Resolution to allocate $500,000 to the Whitehaven STEM project. Can I have a motion and a second?
Move it.
And this is with same night minutes as well.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Councilwoman Robinson, would you like to address this?
Mr. Chair, you have already done so. We had already allocated the funds. The staff notified me that we needed to allocate those funds. So this is the appropriate way to do that. And so I ask that my colleagues please support it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I also would like
Same
to be added
9
as
minutes,
a
please.
co-sponsor. All right, colleagues, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Seeing none opposed, this passes unanimously. There's no other business for this body. We are adjourned.
You got same 9 minutes, please? Okay, thank you.
7:06, September 26th, and I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Mauricio, please call the roll.
Members present, Councilwoman Johnson, Chairman Logan.
Present, thank you for that. And I'd like to note for the record that Chairman Jones has joined us. Thank you, sir. Today, we have 6 items, colleagues, and we're going to start with item number 2. We'll move item number 1 down to the end of the agenda. So we're going to start with item number 1 is a resolution appropriating funds in the amount of $153,000 for CIP project number FS02032 EMA sirens. All council districts sponsored by administration. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
And the second? Thank you, Councilwoman. It's been, okay, thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Jones and seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Is there anyone from administration that's going to speak to this item? If so, come on down. Please state your name and your address for the record, and you are recognized.
Good afternoon. Greg Wayman, W-A-Y-M-O-N, 2668 Avery 38112.
Thank you, sir.
Manager for the city of
Can you turn on your mic, please?
I'm sorry, Greg Wayman, W-A-Y-M-O-N, 2668 Avery 38112. I'm the manager for the city's Office of Emergency Management.
All right. Anything you'd like to share about this project?
No, ma'am, it's pretty black and white. It is a regular CIP funding that we ask for to replace sirens throughout the city. As you know, we have 105 warning sirens in the city of Memphis. This gives us the ability to replace them regularly as they encounter issues. I prioritize by maintenance costs and wear and tear and things like that. So we try to upgrade every year if possible, 3, 4, 5, and keep our inventory rolling that way.
All right. Sounds good. Colleagues, any questions? Councilman Ford?
Yeah, I need to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
The fire station at 1253 Holmes Road, what are the plans for that fire station?
I do not know the answer to that.
Can you get that from me and let me know?
We'll do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Holmes?
Holmes Road, yeah, 1253. You know, they built a new one. Then I need to know what they're planning on doing with the old.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on this item. All those in favor of this item, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next item, item number 3, is a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $8 million for police services CIP project PD 02016, New Mount Moriah. I was going to say New Mount Sinai. New Mount Moriah Station, Council District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration.
The police precinct with the best court.
May I have a motion and a second?
I move it.
Okay, moved by Councilman Smiley and seconded by Chairman Jones. And whoever's going to speak, please come on down and give us your name and address.
All right, good evening. Sean Jones, 170 North Main Avenue. So this ongoing projects since about, I think, 2018. Last year, in the previous fiscal year, we received $4 million to build this precinct. In this current budget, we received the full amount to build the Mount Moriah precinct. Keep in mind, some of the problems that it was built back in 1978. It was old, aged, it was too small, and having some other roof and other problems going on with this building. So this gives us a new facility, be in the same space, but just gives us a new facility to accommodate our officers in that area.
And so it'll just be a tear down and rebuild.
Right.
Okay. All right, good. All right, any questions, colleagues? All right, there's a request for same night minutes.
It isn't a request for same minutes.
Or
There's no request for same night minutes.
Okay, all right. Did you?
We do.
There wasn't? Okay, all right.
We should. That's what we want.
All righty. colleagues, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 4 is a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $1 million for the police services CIP project number PD 04022 in-car video. All council districts sponsored by administration. May I have a motion and a second?
Move it. Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Thank you. Go right ahead.
All
Give
right,
us your
great.
name and address, and you're recognized, sir.
All right. Sean Jones, 170 North Main. Again, this is one of the situations where, we're moving on to the Axon platform. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but, our data for in-car, it was separate from our Axon data. So until we can have that migration completely of that data from the car data to the new Axon platform, we need to maintain, this $1 million will cover that cost to maintain that video data that's in the car. Yes, right. So now we're going to be, right, we're moving to the same platform. Right. Mm-hmm.
Any questions, colleagues? All right, we're going to move to a voice vote on this. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So moved. Item number 5 is a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $1,500,000 for the City of Memphis Police Services CIP project number PD 02013, Police Academy renovations, Council District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. May I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. I guess Chief Jones, you're going to speak again. Go right ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Chief Jones, 170 North Main. So this is I think the final phase of the academy build. This will really include we adding storage to the academy and an extra classroom at the academy. So this is the final phase of that build at the academy. So that 1.5 million will cover that.
So storage unit costs 1.5?
No, for the files that we have associated with our work in the training space.
You mean the hard files, the actual
So we
file?
got classrooms.
Okay, classrooms.
storage.
Classrooms.
Right, in
Oh, with
storage
an S.
space.
Got it.
Well, in storage space.
I heard classrooms
Right.
and storage
Storage
space. It
space.
said we spending 1.5 on
The file-
a classroom and a storage space.
Right.
I was like, the math was not mathing for
Right.
me.
Yeah, the storage kind of overrunning out there, so help support that.
All right. Any other questions, colleagues? Seeing none, we're going to go to a voice vote on this as well. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 6 is a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $8 million for the police services CIP project number PD 04031, Axon Enterprise Solution, all council districts, sponsored by administration. Chief Jones, you're recognized. Oh, thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilman Smiley. And Chief Jones, you are recognized. Give us your name and address
Sean
again.
Jones, 170 North Main. So this is the enterprise solution that I was talking about. What it does is it brings all of our data into one common platform. We're also getting tasers for all of the field personnel in this particular deal, and we also getting brand new body-worn cameras. So everybody be outfitted with the body-worn cameras as a result of this enterprise solution. And so that'd be a part of this data that we're talking about from the GTAC. That data would move into this particular system here as well, and it'll be housed under this agreement.
Thank you for that, sir. Colleagues, are there any questions? It doesn't look like it. Look like everybody's okay with the information. We are going to take a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye. Yeah, did y'all say aye? Everybody say aye? Okay. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. Thank you. And our last item is item number 1. It's an ordinance to create a police advisory and review committee sponsored by administration. May I have a motion and a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. We have administration here to speak to us concerning it. Before you do, I'd like to say that this is a very important issue with me, having served on as public safety chair as well as on CLERB for the past 2 years. I think this is really important and hope this is taking us in the right direction to get it right, or to at least start the conversation. I think be able to start the conversation. It's really sad, the situation that we're in, not having a civilian entity that can speak to these situations, but hopefully this will be the beginning and we'll be able to add on and make it meaningful. So at this time, I would like to hear what you all are proposing to do. So go right ahead. So give us your name and address and let us know.
Yes, ma'am. Antonio Adams, 125 North Main, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. This ordinance is presented to you in accordance with state law. State law presented this last General Assembly actually would sunset all municipal civilian law review boards. In its place would allow these police review commissions or advisory commissions, if passed, in accordance to what's written there. So what we were doing is adopting what the state legislature provided to us. And what we wanted to do is have some continuity of operation and adopt in whole what the state provided in legislation. It gives you the floor. So the next administration, along with the next council, will have an opportunity to communicate, work with the police department, and build upon what you have here in ordinance. But what we wanted to do is to make sure that we preserve continuity of operation.
All right, Councilman, thank you for that. Council members, that you are, Councilman Carlisle. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reading through the ordinance, and we've got 3 readings, so I'll continue to review it. But just a general question: I think currently in this year's fiscal budget and year over year, the operating dollars are usually around $365,000 for, I believe, an executive director, administrative assistant position. And do we have an investigator too? Is that one more? Let me just get at the actual question. Based on this new document, do you anticipate the city increasing, decreasing, or status quo on funding for CLERB or PERC? Or we call it PERC? Yeah.
So that would, right now that's highly speculative based on a new mayor, new administration. There could be a reduction. There could be efficiencies gained.
Let me just for me, so I understand. Right. Under the hypothetical that if the Strickland administration were to continue operating, would you see it theoretically staying around the same, going up or down, just based on? I see the executive director position still in here. I'm just trying to get an understanding of, just generally speaking. If you want to talk offline about it, I'm happy to. Then we can talk more on the record for the public. But I know I'm catching you off guard. I'm just trying to understand if,
Yeah, I'd like to talk more offline. The remaining of the fiscal year, we would maintain. Okay. We would maintain funding, and then of course moving forward in the new fiscal year, I think that would be more of a open dialogue. We'd be more open to dialogue if the Strickland administration was to continue.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? And I'm sure we will continue this discussion as we move forward and try to figure this out, because we definitely know the importance of civilian community input in these situations is vital to the health of our city. So we definitely want to keep this in the forefront of our conversation. But for right now, we appreciate the information, and we're going to take we'll take a voice vote on this. All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, so moved. Is there any other business that needs to come before this committee? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Efficiency.
Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
I got it.
Chair Johnson.
You said chair? Chairperson, I'm sorry, I was distracted for a second there. Okay, we have 3 items, and the first item is SE 23-01 concerning 34, 40, 42, and 48 South McLean Boulevard. The request is to overturn a decision of the Land Use Control Board. At this time, I think I have a chairperson that would like to speak. Dr. Warren, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to delay this one till our next meeting if we could, so we can get some more information from the parties. I think there are people on the council that need more information before we start this.
Okay.
Without objection.
Any objection? Not hearing any. We will delay this until in 2 weeks. What date is that? October 10th until the next meeting. Okay. Yes, sir.
At least let us know what it is. Then we can delay it for that 2 weeks.
You said you want, repeat that.
Yeah, I know it's
Councilman.
30, 40, 42, 48. That's all this recurrent to overturn a decision of land use control. What is it? I need
Okay,
you to
okay,
tell
he
us
can-
what it is.
okay,
Then
thank
we
you.
can hold it.
Madam Chair.
Now let zoning discuss it, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. This is an appeal to overturn a decision by the Land Use Control Board, and the application for approval was to allow a 4-story building where 3 stories is allowed by right. And so that was approved by the Land Use Control Board. We recommended approval and approved by the Land Use Control Board. And then there was an appellant that wanted to appeal that to council.
That's all I need to
Okay,
let
no
everybody
problem.
know. Thank
No
you.
problem. Thank you, sir. Okay, item number 2, a PD 4409 South 3rd Street. Request to allow the use of a food truck, enclosed seating areas, and a shipping container in the commercial mixed-use 3, CMU-3 zoning district, and the continued use of a billboard as the principal use. May I get a motion to move it?
Move it.
And moved in second? May I have a presentation, please?
Do you hear me? Good afternoon. This is Masano Stadnia with DPD. The case number is PD 2023-007. Yes. The location is 4409 South 3rd Street. The council district is District 6 and Super District 8. The applicant is Carter Kirby, and the request is a planned development to allow the use of a food truck, a sitting area, and a shipment container in a CMU-3 zoning. And as you see, this is the location map, which is located in the southwest of Memphis. And the other map shows the vicinity map. We've sent 67 notices, and we have received a few supports for this case. And the other map shows the zoning map. As we mentioned, it is a CMU-3 zoning. And the other map is a land use map, which mostly is a commercial area, and the surroundings are residential as well. And here are some photos of the site plan, site. And if we can see. So here is the exact subject property from the above. And also this is the enclosed concept plan, which includes all the information that the applicant is asking. And we technically approved this case with 2 conditions. One, the removal of the billboard after the 7 years, which is the contract's expiration date.
And the other one is the approval of whatever the activity is happening there until 7 years, and then they have to come back to extend it for more 3 years. And we actually enclose the outline plan conditions as well for the uses of CMU3 zoning location.
Are there any questions from any of the council people? I have a general question.
Sure.
I see where you're saying that they can't be allowed for that particular use for 7 years, and then they have to reapply?
Yes.
Is that customary, or do you do that all the time?
Actually, there can be some of the things that are happening there are allowed, but since they're applying through a PD, they can get approval for what is their request, and we are limiting it because the activity is going on in the place right now, so it's technically just allowing them to continue whatever they're doing there.
Dr. Warren.
Thank you. Could we have the business owners sort of describe the?
We're about to get to that. Okay.
Okay, good.
Sir, please identify yourself and your address and tell us what you actually intend to do there, so we'll see where the 7 years restriction may be justified. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Kirby Carter. My intents are to have a food truck place there. Well, I built a pavilion. It's not enclosed. It's a pavilion for folks to just sit there as they get their food, stay out the weather. Because I came recently from across the street at the flea market. I was over there like 20-some years. So I just decided I wanted to move out on my own. So I saw some land across the street. I purchased it, put a food truck there. Everything's on concrete, so it's not dirty or anything like that. So I didn't know the most steps I needed to take at first, so I was just moving along as I go. So then it came with the billboard and all these other things about it. So that's where we stopped at now. But my plans is to just feed the community like I've been doing for over 20-some years, and supply shelter for them to sit and wait on food as they, if I prepare it and go back to. It's not a place where you sit and eat and things like that. It's just a place where you want to just have shelter while you wait, play checkers or something like that. Just entertain you while you sit there.
Delano Smith, 3831 Lakehurst Drive. The 7-year provision is basically to cover the period of the lease on the billboard. Once it runs out, then the billboard will be dismantled and removed.
Councilman Ford?
He has one of the best restaurants down in South Memphis on 3rd Street. Used to be at the flea market. Y'all need to really kind of go. He serves rice. Yes. Smoked. If you want some of the best, that's where you go. Moved across the street. I thought we had this settled, but I see we're back pertaining to this billboard. I don't like billboards that much, okay? I like to eat his food. Everybody down, hey, and if you need, I think I can get everybody to sign a petition in his favor because they go there and they come from all over, okay? So, the 7 years after that billboard is gone, let it go on about his business, but leave this man alone because, hey, he has some of the best. And how long you been in business? 27 years. That's why I said if you hadn't had his food, you need to go and try it. And you don't only sell the rice, you got everything else, and oh Lord, hey. I mean, you're gonna go back again and again and again and again, okay?
You need to record this.
Very, very different. So, hey, whatever y'all can do, please. Like I said, billboard is not gonna help nobody down in that area. But he takes care of Westwood, Indian Hills, Walker Home, Lakeview Gardens, all the way down to the state line of Mississippi, and some of them come up to him too. Okay, so hey, yep, and all through South Memphis area and all the rest. So yes, you know, that's why I said I thought this was settled a long time ago about that billboard. But I see we're back, and we don't need to keep coming back for this item.
Okay, so I need clarity. Are you finished, Councilman Ford? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, back to that last item number 2. Okay, an approval should be valid for a period of 7 years. And y'all said that's dealing with the billboard. Then you said they can apply for an extension for a period of 3 years. So what y'all expect them to come back every 3 years?
Madam Chair, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. I can elaborate on that. So we did have the billboard, and as Councilman Ford, you mentioned, you know, we're trying to reduce billboards as much as we can. And I know that the applicant purchased the property not knowing the limitations on the billboard. And that's why we wanted to allow that 7 years for that contract to run out and not require that to be removed as a condition immediately. And so with that, we wanted to have a time frame on that we could allow them to come back once the billboard contract is up and remove that. And then, like, at that point, you could extend it. I mean, you could approve it in perpetuity, but PDs do, you know, without any limitations. They are for, you know, they're forever. So we wanted to have that tied together with the billboard so that we could make sure that we, you know, dealt with those things in a 7-year period. And we talked about it and, you know, thought that was an appropriate period. But of course, it's up to the council to decide whether that's.
Who's responsible for actually removing that billboard? Okay, so you're gonna make them be responsible for what Clear Channel has to do.
Well, the lease, it would be more of just not renewing a lease on that property, and then we could enforce it being removed. But the 7 years is really to.
Madam Chair, question?
Yes.
So if I'm understanding that what you're saying is by going into this plan development, you're giving the landowner authority and direction not to renew the lease, so therefore the billboard will come down. And this gives him cover, so if they try to sue him for not renewing the lease, he can say, I can't help it. The city said I couldn't do it. Is that correct?
Correct. And technically, you're not supposed to have 2 principal uses, and a billboard is a principal use. So we would have in the current code, and we would be able to
and we'd be able to say,
that.
we want the restaurant, not the billboard.
Correct.
Right.
Got it.
Well, I just don't want them to be held liable if Clear Channel doesn't come and get their structure in this situation. Because they won't be able to make Clear Channel do anything. So I think the only thing they can say is the lease, they will not sign another lease in that time period. So I think that's pretty harsh, you know, expecting them to actually remove it.
Well, then we can enforce that. So, but right now, we could enforce it now. However, we wanted to allow that 7 years for the contract to expire before enforcing that.
Yes, sir.
I do also have a letter from Clear Channel where they will remove it. They sent a letter showing where they will remove it at that period of time.
Okay.
That they're responsible for it.
Okay. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I stepped out for a minute, but I guess this provision regarding the billboard is sort of unique, but you all are the property owners now. And
yes.
But is there anything, is there anything preventing us from allowing them to keep the billboard beyond that 7 years? Because as I see it right now, that's making money for you, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what we will be doing is, in essence, taking away a revenue stream for them by approving this, whether it's in 7 years, 10 years. But if I bought a piece of property and it happened to contain a billboard, and I could keep it as a revenue stream, why would we penalize them for doing so? What's preventing us from approving just, removing those site conditions and allowing them to do that? Because here's the other point. We're talking about 3rd Street. This will be the only billboard. We have other billboards lining up from Memphis to Tunica going down there. So that would be my contention for them.
Mr. Axdale.
And yes, you could approve the two principal uses on the property and allow the billboard. I know that there's a lot of discussion about, working toward trying to minimize billboards and remove them in certain areas. And so this is one of the areas that it doesn't meet the current, zoning requirements. And so, we were being, trying to enforce that through this provision by still allowing it for 7 years.
Yes, Councilman Ford.
I got to get something clear. Billboard K6, y'all wanted him to move because of the billboard. Two entities, like what you just said, okay? That's where you've been having your problem.
Yes, sir.
Okay? You can make something off the billboard because that's your property. But you're not going to be making none if they close your business.
Wait a minute, is this KC's?
That's KC.
Oh my God! Oh yes! Oh jeez!
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Everybody likes
yeah.
KC.
They want him to move for the billboard.
Yeah. Oh.
Hello.
Oh.
But I mean, hey, if y'all gonna set it straight, whereas, hey, the billboard can stay and he can make some money off of that, and he can stay, leave it alone.
There you go. So, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Excuse me, please. Councilman Smiley, please, you're recognized.
Yeah. I know these young men has affinity for food here, apparently. So what? And I just have a hard time removing a stream of income from a small business. So I would move to remove the billboard shall be removed after the contract expires in approximately 7 years. Just remove that as a condition and we go forward.
As well
so
as
allow them to make some money. I'll second it.
So that would also cancel the need for number 2.
Yes.
Okay. Is everybody in an agreement for that amendment?
Let them make some money.
So let's leave the billboard. It's been 7 years. You want the billboard to be removed. You can so do so and have them come. If not, you're able to let it stay there. And you do not have to come back for an extension. For that
Keep
time
making good
period.
food, apparently.
You hadn't had KC?
Apparently I'm missing something out.
Okay.
I would need to confirm, no deny, but I will be making a trip.
Okay, yeah. We need to vote
Yeah, I may have
on
to
this,
recuse myself. My wife is named KC, so I may be.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening here.
Okay, let's get a vote on this item as amended. All in favor, please respond by aye. Any opposition?
I recuse.
One recused. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you for coming.
You gotta go home today. I gotta go to this place. I gotta go.
We're gonna hold it downstairs.
Which one?
The one you asked me about. We're gonna hold it downstairs. Have it back in committee on the next meeting.
Okay, whatever y'all decide. Did you tell Mr. what you call? I wish y'all could tell the other people. Okay. They not here. They not gonna be here till 3:30.
Okay, we'll let them know.
Okay. Okay. Mhm. Okay, the next item, if we can leave the food behind us, we're gonna go to the next item and see can we get something to drink with it. Okay, the next item, number 3, is SUP 23-18. It's located at 1607 Getwell Road, and the request is for a special use permit for a bar. This will affect District 4 and Super District 9. May we have a presentation? Name and address, please. Hey, may I have someone move it?
Move it.
And second. Thank you.
Absolutely. Brett Davis with Planning and Development. You gave an excellent introduction, but I'll just show a few more maps and some conclusions. So this, again, is SUP 2023-018. It's a special use permit to allow a bar called La Peligrosa Bar and Grill. For the non-Spanish speakers in the room, that means the dangerous woman. So, okay. Just some background information. Again, 1607 Getwell Road, District 4, Super District 9. The owner is On Call HVAC out of Texas, and the applicant is Adriana Parra. The total site's about 0.7 acres, and it's zoned commercial mixed use 1. Here's the location in East Memphis within that pinked out. A map showing all property owners who received notice of the Land Use Control Board public hearing. We mailed 78 letters and have not heard from anybody. This site is partially in a flood zone. It is within the Black Bayou stream buffer, so the structure itself is today non-conforming, would not be permitted, cannot be expanded. However, it's no problem to continue using it as built with the zoning code. Again, here's the zoning map. The site zoned commercial mixed use 1. So just a quick refresher on our different commercial mixed use districts. We've got 1, 2, and 3. 1 is really meant to serve local neighborhoods and their retail and service needs. Ideally, they're walkable destinations for people in the area. CMU 2, more meant to serve through traffic, people passing by, and then of course CMU 3 would be really for regional commercial centers. CMU 1 does require or allow special use permits for bars. They're not allowed by right, and that's why we're here today. The restaurant portion of the use is allowed by right. And the land use map here shows in red commercial uses, in yellow single family detached residential. There again is that Black Bayou concrete channel separating this structure from the residential to its rear. And that's pretty wooded, so that there's an existing natural of sorts buffer. So we feel that that's a pretty substantial distance between the residential. Just some photographs. So here is the site. There's nose-in parking. There is a second bay that has a title loans business. You can see the parking serving the bar to the side here, and then the portion of the bayou that actually is within the site, and a loading zone in the back. The applicant is proposing certain site improvements, which we like. It will be memorialized in this approved site plan. So this is a survey of the site as is and as proposed. So we're restriping the parking lot to get more spaces in without actually changing the pavement. And the applicant has also committed to installing 2 landscape islands, curbed landscape islands, where currently it's just pavement. So those will be minor but nice improvements to the parking area. So in conclusion, we feel that this is a reasonable request. We don't think it would have any deleterious impact on the area, and we're recommending approval with one condition, as did the Land Use Control Board unanimously. And that condition is to have a 2-year expiration date for the special use permit. Just in case there are any issues, it'll give neighbors an opportunity to come to the Land Use Control Board in 2 years. Hopefully there won't be. And at that point, they could get approved permanently. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm going to let the applicant speak to that. My name is David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. Come up here and just...
Okay. JB. I got you.
Que después de 2 años que tendrán que regresar a poder hacer el proceso otra vez, pero en ese punto si nadie se opone, sería algo permanente.
En 2 años.
En 2
Pero
años.
ahorita todo está bien.
Sí. Pero ellos están preguntando qué es lo que harías después de los 2 años.
Iniciar el proceso, ¿no?
Sí, pero vos tienes planeado seguir ahí después de 2 años, ¿verdad?
Sí, tenemos un contrato
Well, after they would come back in 2 years and try to renew it again, they have a contract right now for 5 years at that location.
Okay. Chair, Vice Chair Smiley.
I need someone to articulate to me why are we putting a limitation on this particular business for 2 years. And when I drive down Getwell, I just don't like 2 years. I don't know why we even here. Either we're gonna allow them to do business or we're not. That's gonna be my position, unless you can make a good argument, because everyone knows I like a good argument. Fouché made a good argument earlier. Make a good argument.
Sure. Well, first of all, the council could certainly modify this condition, and that would be fine.
Probably just gonna remove it all completely if we're gonna allow them to do business or not. But I want to know how we got to 2 years. Like,
Right. Yeah. So the intent is just in case, this bar is causing a lot of noise or traffic problems in the neighborhood, which, can happen with uses like this, that there wouldn't be just a permanent approval in place. Not that we're expecting any such issues, but just to give an extra layer of protection for the neighborhood. And 2 years would be enough time for the business to essentially show their good neighborliness. And it would not come back to the city council, it would go only to the land use control board.
and then what happens if land use say, you know what? I don't like the business you're doing. I want to shut it down. Does it come back to council then?
It could be appealed to council.
And then, is there any opposition to this particular?
No, sir. Nobody came to the public hearing, and we received no letters.
I just don't like the idea of them having to come back because how long is the current lease?
5 years.
So I'm just gonna move to amend this to 5 years.
Second.
And 5 years. Because the lease is for 5 years. It seems to be reasonable if we're gonna have any type of limitation at all. My initial thought is no limitation at all. There's no opposition. It seems like this is unreasonable restraint on them doing business, but 5 years seems to be reasonable if you all believe it's best to have some type of checks and balances there. Y'all the experts. I'm amenable to 5 years, but my initial was like, yeah, let's just get rid of this requirement. I have a second on the 5 years.
Okay, Councilman Canali, please.
Is this practice done with other places of business? I've never seen this before.
No.
Yes, we insert sunset provisions, they're called, into various cases, and
I think it's probably
basically it's usually set up this way where a return to the land use control board is required, but it is
for 2 years.
It is case by case, and the lengths vary.
I would support the 5 years or strike it altogether. I don't think that's right to tell somebody they can do business and then they go back before land use in 2 years. It's a different land use control board and they deny them and then they have to close their business and they still are hung for the lease. That's not right.
Councilman Ford.
Okay, can you put your picture back up there on the building? I want a picture of the building where I can see the cash place over there.
There it goes.
Move it on down some. Give me the next picture. You should have another picture.
Technical difficulties, sorry.
Okay.
Is it possible to flip through, or?
The cash place is open, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not against the 5 years, but that cash place where you all gonna be, what all are y'all gonna do? Serve drinks, what else?
And food?
And food?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of the place again?
La Peligrosa.
Which means what?
Dangerous woman.
Dangerous woman. Okay. I don't know if y'all decided to do that 2 years because of maybe y'all looked at that cash place. I'm not talking about your business. Your business in that cash place may kind of disturb things, okay? But if we put a 5 year, we need you all to let us know what's really going on, because if y'all got a lucrative business that's doing well, I don't want the folks that's coming here to disturb what y'all got going on. That's good, okay? And those are my concerns down the way. Because, hey, things change. This is a new day, and hey, it ain't a good day, okay? In a lot of areas, and especially when you got that right next to you, okay? Yeah, so I believe in you all, but I don't believe in that, okay? That's the issue. So that's why we want, if we do 5 years, we want to make sure that, hey, you all doing, and y'all keep us abreast of it. But maybe we might need to do something with some of the other, okay? I'm good. Thank you.
Councilman Jones?
Yeah,
Sheriff
so
Jones?
mine was just also addressing the past practices and consistency. One of the things that I think that we should apply is standards across the board. If we're going to require other businesses to do this, and I think that Councilman Canale indicated this was rather foreign to him. So I would just hope that going forward, if we apply 5 years, 2 years, whatever the case may be, we just do it on a consistent manner. If that's the case, if we don't, I think that the marketplace will take care of itself. I think that we have provisions in place. If any business becomes a nuisance, well, we have guidelines to deal with it along those lines. But to have a restrictive once a business comes, and I think it's onerous for us to put a 2 or even a 5 year restriction on this. So I would be open to no restriction on it. Just my opinion. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Dr. Warren?
I just want to know, is the dangerous woman in the room with us? Okay. She does not look dangerous to me. I'm just saying.
I have a few questions. How late will your restaurant or bar be open?
Three in the morning.
3 in the morning. And how close are you to any residents?
Honestly, they're a good distance from the actual location.
I know, I'm just letting them ask the
It's over
question.
30 feet from there. So I don't feel like it'd actually be disturbing any neighbors.
Is that 3 o'clock every day or just on the weekend?
It'd be on the weekends. So it'd be Fridays and Saturdays.
Fridays and Saturdays, okay. What's the price range of the food that you're serving there?
¿Cuál es el precio de la comida que estás sirviendo ahí? So it'd be anywhere from $4 to $10 roughly.
Okay.
Depending on what it is.
Is this her first restaurant or bar, or does she have any prior experience?
Dice que si es tu primera barra, si tienes experiencia anteriormente en esto. Well, she used to work at restaurants before, but this is the first business that she purchased as she started.
Okay. You have a question?
I'm just going back and forth.
Canal, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Vice Chair Smiley's amendment to 5 years, except if their business were to change ownership, the new owners would have to come back before they opened up. Since you have the special use permit, if your business changed hands to another bar owner, that new owner would have to come back before us.
And then I think the other thing we need to contemplate, the second line of it, it says something about 18 months since we moved it away from 2 years. I think Director Zena mentioned something about, I guess it should, be increased, maybe 4. What was your recommendation? 4 and 4.5, something like that?
Okay. When you say you're having a bar, is it a full bar or are you going to limit type of liquor you're going to serve?
Si vas a tener una barra completa o si vas a limitar el tipo de licor que vas a vender. O vas a limitar el tipo de licor que vas a vender. Como cierto licor que vas a tener ahí, comparado a tener un poco de todo. She would try to have the full bar.
Full bar, okay. All right, then. Before us, we have, I think, 2 motions. One motion is for 5 years. Then I have one for no years. So we want to, you got a second for the 5 year. It was recommended, moved by Smiley, second by Dr. Warren. All in favor for a 5-year certificate approval for usage for 5 years after approval of a certificate of occupancy. 5 years. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, then this has been, that amendment has been approved. Now let's vote on.
5 years, and I'm accepting his amendment.
Right.
What Canales
All of
amendment
them
accepting it?
Right, this added to a friendly amendment. Okay, so we now need to vote for the item as a whole as amended. Y'all have agreed on the amendment. All in favor of this particular item?
Madam Chair. I think we want to make sure we clear up. So we were going to change the time period of 5 years. We're going to change the beginning 18 months to 4.5 years. And then we're going to add a second condition. That is, if there's a change in ownership, that the new owner would have to come back for special use permit.
Okay, let's back up. Ownership of property and or business, or both, or either.
Well, business, I mean, unless the owner, they have a 5-year lease. I mean, I don't know what you do, but I would assume that those owners intend to keep it as a revenue.
Extreme.
You're right.
So, business, change of business. Okay.
And second clarifying question, do you want that to go back to the Land Use Control Board or all the way back to City Council? Land Use Control Board only, or Land Use Control Board and City Council for a change in business ownership? It's just something to clarify in the condition.
Come back to us. Yes. Back to us.
Okay. Excuse me, we had questions being raised. Let's make sure everybody on the council understands what we're asking clarity on. We've gone through some additions and changes for this particular resolution, this request for this special use purpose. One, we're changing it from the 2 years to 5 years. We're also changing the time period for the extension up to 4.5 years. We're also stating that if the ownership of the business changes within 5 years, they have to come back in for approval before, and that was the question. I would say the Land Use Control Board, unless y'all have a problem with that.
Land Use Control Board, then the council?
If necessary.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's those the only conditions we have so far. Okay, being those only conditions we agreed upon. Now we're going to vote for this particular item as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That item is approved.
Madam Chairman, may I address?
I think we need for one item to be addressed by Councilman Corvette.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Colleagues, item 4 on our full agenda is PD 22-21. It is, I believe, the 4747 Getwell. The case has come in front of the committee, although we did not get a presentation. I'm going to recommend and ask for a hold. I think we're getting towards a possible agreement. Let's see what happens. But what I also request is that the chairman, when you call the hold, if there's no opposition to the hold, when you call the hold, Mr. Chairman, ask for all persons interested in item 4 to meet me and any other interested parties in the back with Director Zena to see if this agreement is going to happen or not. So no objection to the hold. Item 4 is held, and we'll announce it at the front to meet with me in the back. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Bishop.
council's executive session. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Colvette, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilwoman Smiley, Councilwoman Swears Washington, Councilman Warren, and Chairman Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda to be heard, but before we do, I wanted to address an issue. On September 20th, I emailed Chief Financial Officer Shirley Ford regarding a budgetary matter. To date, CFO Ford has not responded, and by no response, I meant that she has not replied or even acknowledged receipt of the email. Allow me to provide some context. On June 13th, 2023, this body approved a measure to allocate and appropriate $350,000 to $350,000 to the Works Incorporated from the unassigned fund balance for fiscal year 23. The resolution was sponsored by council members Carlisle, Smiley, Swearingen, Washington, and Warren. Unfortunately, the council wishes were not followed. Instead of this allocation coming from the unassigned fund balance, a $350,000 unauthorized transaction was posted to the council's budget, causing a significant financial issue for our division. It was not initiated by anyone in this office or approved by our body. I reached out to Chief Ford to inquire about the transaction and receive the next steps on how to correct the issue. Still have not received a response. I am bringing a resolution before this body to initiate a correction and address further unauthorized interference in the council's budget and our ability to govern. Resolution is being passed out now. It would be our prerogative to request same-night minutes on this item, but I'm willing to follow the normal course of business to hear this item at our next regular meeting on October 10th. I would hope that a resolution would be provided and the funds restored before October 10th so that I can withdraw this item. So this resolution is requesting that the Finance Division reverse the unauthorized debit from the City Council Division for $350,000 and comply with the council's resolution as on the screen here to allocate the $350,000 as approved on June 13th. So is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Item number one, well, actually that was item number two, but so this would be item number one, as was printed, is an ordinance amending ordinance 5734 relative to smart city fiber access system, establishing the criteria for qualification as a smart city fiber access system, defining smart city fiber access systems, and authorizing for qualifying smart city fiber access systems alternative requirements, terms, conditions, limitations, and provisions for recovery of the city's cost incurred. This is affecting all council districts, sponsored by the administration. And welcome, Mr. Mayor. I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I said when we started this journey on broadband a couple years ago, and I'll say it again, providing every home with top quality internet service is as important today to the quality of life and economic development in Memphis as was providing every home with electricity 100 years ago. I'm going to speak briefly about 3 points and then turn it over to Joanne Hovis, our broadband consultant, and our Chief Operating Officer, Shandell Ryan. My 3 points. Number one, what is the fastest internet connection? Number two, who is getting the fastest internet connection? And number three, what is our solution for digital equity so that everyone can get access to the fastest internet connection? Number one, what is the fastest internet connection? 35 years ago, you'll remember it was dial-up. And then, yeah, exactly. And then DSL, copper wire like phone lines. And then cable, official names, coaxial cable. And now fiber optic cable is the fastest internet connection available. It's 1 gigabit, no matter how you use it. It can grow in the future as technology improves. It can handle more users and more uses. So fiber is the best for quality of life and economic development. Number two, who has access to fiber? According to the FCC, about 28% of Memphians have access to fiber right now. And most of those are in wealthier neighborhoods. We don't think that's fair. We don't think that's right. The reason for it is it costs millions of dollars to install fiber, and currently businesses need to charge premium fees to recover that investment and make money. Number three, what is our solution? That's the ordinance. And in short, it's a city government incentivized program for any company who wants to do two things. Provide an additional 60% of the city with 1 gigabit fiber to the premises and 60% of low income areas. We're proposing to do two things incentive-wise: reduce city cost, reduce permitting fees, and waive right-of-way fees. And secondly, streamline our process so it's faster and more efficient. Therefore, the company will spend less time and money trying to put fiber all over the city. Last year, we did an RFP, and Blue Suede Network Meridian won the bid, and they've agreed to do two things. First, provide 85% of our city to the premises, to their home or business, fiber. That will go a long way toward digital equity. Secondly, direct benefit to city government. Pursuant to our smart city plan, in the words of our CIO who's sitting next to me, it will allow us to scale up technology, allowing a more advanced city government. I'll give you two examples. First, cameras. We'll be able to put the best cameras around thousands of places around our city because we have fiber connection to it. Obviously, that would be a big aid in public safety. Number two, traffic signals become much more efficient and user-friendly, and Manny Bellin can go on with more detail on that if you want to know. But we want competition. We want more than Blue Suede. That's why these incentives are being offered to anyone who will offer that 1 gigabit for all ways that you measure gigabits. Bottom line, the status quo is not working. Some want to continue the status quo. We don't think that's fair. We don't think that's working for all of us in Memphis. As a side note, federal government has made money available in two ways in the last couple of years. First, for low-income individuals, they're given $30 a month for internet access, because getting the fiber to the home is one thing. Then you got to get low-cost internet service. That $30 a month, that fits hand in glove with our proposal here. Secondly, through the state, they've given the state infrastructure money. And I'm hoping that we can use as a city that infrastructure money to get from that 85% to 100% so everyone gets coverage. So right now I'd like to turn it over to Joanne Hovis, who's been our broadband consultant. She's been a consultant since 1997. She works for many cities and a dozen states. Joanne.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Chair, members of the council. It is a pleasure to be here in front of you, and it's always a pleasure to be in Memphis.
Ms. Hovis, your name and address for the record, please.
I am Joanne Hovis. My address is 5000 Battery Lane, Bethesda, Maryland.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Taking my lead from the mayor, I'd also like to make 3 points for all of you as I share with you, based on my experience over the past 25 years, watching the emergence of the commercial internet throughout the country, and particularly as we got into the era of the broadband internet, meaning internet that allowed us faster speeds to come into the 21st century and think about the rest of the century. What have we seen cities do? Where have we seen the market go? And why do I think that this is such an absolutely unique moment for the city of Memphis? And that what you have in front of you is a transformational opportunity to attract private investment on a scale that has not been seen in very many cities in recent years in broadband. So my 3 points, I will start with why fiber? Why is fiber the holy grail of communications architecture? My second point, what's happening around the country that makes it so important that cities like Memphis take the kinds of steps that you are considering? And the third one is, what is so special about this ordinance and the model that is emerging here in Memphis? So let me start with why fiber. Fiber optical cables are universally considered to be the holy grail of communications infrastructure. When engineers and policymakers throughout the entire world think about the infrastructure from a communication standpoint that we're going to use for the rest of all of our lives and our children's lives and into our grandchildren's lives, they talk about fiber cable. This is an infrastructure asset with a lifetime of decades. What gets built now in the next few years in Memphis will still be usable in 40 years. If it's an underground conduit, that conduit is probably a 100-year asset. So we are talking about something with a very long life, and that in the words of engineers is infinitely scalable. What that means is that no matter how fast our needs for internet and broadband become in coming years, and we all know our children use a lot more than we do, and they go a lot faster than we do, and their children will do even more of that. Fiber optic cable will be able to sustain that. As long as it's well maintained, it will be able to scale up to faster and faster speeds at a dramatic level. This is the infrastructure that exists in San Francisco, in Paris, in parts of London, in Singapore. The Chinese are building it extremely fast with massive amounts of central government funding, and it is universally considered to be the optimal infrastructure. Now, what is happening nationally when it comes to this kind of fiber optic cable is a couple of different dynamics. The first one is that we're seeing large amounts of federal money go to rural areas where there is no broadband at all. In fact, something on the order of probably $70 billion, starting with the CARES Act and going through the bipartisan infrastructure law with ARPA and the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 in between. Massive amounts of federal money, almost exclusively going to rural areas where there is no broadband. Unfortunately, only relatively modest amounts going to urban communities because the federal priority is for places where there's no broadband service at all. And there is broadband service in Memphis. There's just not fiber broadband service. There's not the best in class broadband service. What we have is a very good network here in Memphis. It is perfectly adequate. It will serve your needs ably to some degree, but it's not what they have in San Francisco. It's not what we have in Bethesda, Maryland, and the suburbs of Washington, where there are multiple networks, including a fiber network with which the existing cable broadband network competes. Austin, Texas, Boston, the suburbs of Boston, the suburbs of Washington, the suburbs of Seattle, the suburbs of Portland, Oregon. You start to see the patterns here. What we have happening when it comes to private investment is that private investment is doing exactly what it should do. It's going to the places where there is the greatest return on investment. And for the most part, that is wealthy suburbs. There's a massive amount of private money being spent on fiber to the premises in the current moment. It's going to our wealthiest suburbs. There's a land rush, for example, in suburban Phoenix. Every company I know of is trying to build in suburban Phoenix. They're fighting with each other to see who can get in. But nobody is doing that in most of our urban centers. Private dollars are not going to the places where the return will not be as great. First, because there's considerable amounts of poverty, and secondly, because it's expensive to build in an urban area. That's the current dynamic. And my concern as a public sector broadband analyst is that if this dynamic continues over time, and we continue to see federal money going to rural areas, private money going to wealthy areas, and our lower income communities, urban and suburban, not attracting either one of those things, our digital divide is not going to just stay where it is. It's going to expand over time. And where the fiber goes, 5G wireless and 6G wireless will follow. They are enabled by fiber, and they are also going to go to the places where the return on investment is greatest. So if we don't take steps as communities to try to make sure that we bring parity to our cities relative to rural and suburban areas, it is entirely possible we'll see exacerbation of the digital divide. So my third point, into that comes the Memphis model. What you have in front of you is a really visionary idea that the city can not build the fiber itself, not own the fiber itself, but incentivize and enable and create opportunity for private investment. Allow the private sector to do what it does best by the city facilitating and smoothing the way and streamlining processes and waiving fees that might have emerged in the future had the network been built. But seeking to create this economic development impact in the same way you would other kinds of economic development incentive programs, in this case with regard to fiber, enabling any private company to come here to invest. Two more really quick thoughts on why I think the Memphis model is so extraordinary. Number one, it's focused on fiber, and it will include provision of fiber for public sector needs, although it's very focused on members of the community. But number two, and most importantly, is parity and equity for lower income neighborhoods. The idea that there has to be, if it's 60% of the whole city, it has to be 60% in lower income neighborhoods, that is revolutionary. And I truly believe that a year from now, we'll be talking about the Memphis model in other cities. I want to commend you all on your commitment to bridging the digital divide, and I'm very grateful to have been here with you today.
Okay. Colleagues, do we have any questions so far? Well, I was about to say, we're going to be running very close to what our regular meeting scheduled time is. Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible that we can get a fuller presentation with some slide decks that can come back and give us that information? Because to me, what she just said is very impactful, but we got to unpack it, and we don't have time to unpack it. Right,
and so I was going to say, this will probably fall in your committee, Mr. Ford, the Economic Development Technology. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a couple questions that would add on for that fuller presentation. I'd like to have a better understanding of where we are now. So we talk about 25% of Memphis have access to fiber. Where do we think this would take us? And it's not only the access, but it's also the cost, which we haven't talked about at all. What is the average price per household for the ranges of services that they're providing for now? Where will we think this could take us in the future? Is it going to drive down price, or are we going to provide access, a high fiber, but it's still going to be $200 a month, and the neighborhoods that we're providing it to are still priced out? So the $30 a month, stipend from the federal government just doesn't make the dent that they needed to. So a lot of my questions, this is as some of my colleagues and I were talking about earlier, this is a big generational vote that we have left before us in these next 3 months, that the repercussions of what we decide on this are going to have ripple effects for a long, long time when we decide on an infrastructure issue such as this. So we really, and this is not something that comes to us very often. We do not deal in broadband infrastructure or talking about gigabits or megabits or any of that, or dark fibers. That has not come up. So we have got to educate ourselves on this issue. I hope that we can have more conversations, more presentations. There are other opinions out there that have already started reaching out to council. I would encourage them to continue as well, so that we can hear as much as possible on this issue. And we're going to have to hopefully deliberate and decide on this before our term is up on January 1st. Thank you for bringing this forward. I don't know where I'm yet because I'm still trying to understand the lay of the land, and looking forward to working through that with y'all.
Mr. Carlisle, anything you want to add?
Thank you.
Looked like you had something.
Yeah, I mean, we got 7 minutes here. Thank you for being down here. I echo all the sentiments. This council's been incredibly committed to understanding the digital divide and what that, at this point now, has become a national call for giving people access to broadband and/or fiber. It's a robust subject. To look forward to it. I guess in short, how long have you been on as a consultant for the city?
Since about April of 2020.
Nice to meet you. Boy, I think that's where I'm going. Is this is such a robust subject. We recognize as a body, we may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but this is so significant of a subject matter. I hate that you've been around for 3 years and we're just meeting you in the last 3 months. I think we're committed to solving these issues and working with you and other providers and experts in the field to try and understand the repercussions and do what's necessary. But I personally, this is a community decision and it's a business decision by this body. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order for me to get comfortable. I'm only one of 13, but I know that I was asked to come to a meeting late last week, but I have another job and couldn't run down and make it. So I look forward to hopefully having an opportunity to discuss with you, whether that be a Teams meeting or some sort of format. And if you have any feasibility studies or any information that you've provided the administration, the council would be happy to review that material as well as we start to educate ourselves. Do you have a provider that's been selected yet as an RFP or anything of that nature gone out? And has anybody been awarded the opportunity for this opportunity or for this broadband?
So we, as the mayor mentioned earlier, Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer, sorry about that. So as the mayor mentioned, there was an RFP earlier last year where we had 2 people to bid for that, and we did have a winner of that, and that's Meridian Blue Suede Network. They were the winners of that, and they would provide the infrastructure for the city's fiber project. So yes, we do have a person employed, a company.
So just the fiber itself?
It's for the fiber infrastructure, yes.
But there's existing fiber in the city that touches every household. There's not.
Not fiber.
All 99%. No.
Not fiber.
Not fiber.
And I can let.
All right. Well, I guess this is my point. I want to yield the chair because it was a quick comment, but these are the things I think that this body is trying to understand and work through. And like any major decision, I recognize there's going to be noise around it. But again, I wish you, having been around as a consultant for 3 years, that building to this moment that we could have been working together to understand the subject matter instead of these last few months trying, and I don't want to use disrespect the mayor by any stretch by saying ramrod, but we've talked about it. It's been around. We've all talked about the digital divide, but nobody's been educated on this body, and we don't, I'm going in blind on this in the last 3 or 4 months. And so there's just a lot of work that has to be done to get comfortable that we're making the right decision as a council. So I'll yield the floor.
Councilman Warren, and then we'll conclude and take our.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to confirm what we're talking about. It's an ordinance that we're going to read 3 times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And, I think what I'm hearing from my fellow council members is they want us to, in committee before our next meeting, be educated so we'll understand where this is. Some of us did get a chance to go down and have meetings, so I got to do that. I feel more comfortable after I did that and asked questions. I think everyone should have that ability to do that. It makes sense. But it also, if we're uncomfortable, we can always hold it before the 3rd reading until we get what we need. So I don't see any reason to hold it. Let's just move it on and then hold it before the 3rd reading. So in my mind, that shows that we are thinking that we want everybody in our city to get broadband. So let's move with it and then have a reading. But that's just my thinking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, we will have this item heard in committee. I hope that as we're coming up and staff, as we're producing the agenda for the committee next week, that this is going to be a robust discussion. So we perhaps limit those discussions. We at least have an hour to commit with. Well, 90 minutes would be perfect for this. Just to share with you all, I did have a chance to meet with the mayor and Ms. Harris on yesterday. And colleagues, if there's anybody who went into that meeting saying, "Hey, this mayor's thing," and I'm automatic no on it, that would have been me.
We know.
you know that. But I'm open to us, and I want us to have a full discussion to learn about stuff like this before we make that particular decision. Ms. Johnson,
So
Ms. Smiley.
my request is real simple. I think once we have this conversation, when we talk about allocating the amount of funding that we're talking about allocating, I just would like the council to have someone that we can rely on, not a consultant from, no offense, from working for the mayor's administration or not any particular entity who has a vested interest on how we go, but for this council to have our own expert, we say, hey, should we be moving in this way and how we should be moving? That's just my position.
Okay. Ms. Johnson.
Okay, my question is, okay, we have one side here. We have Meridian. I would like to hear from them what they're actually offering. So I don't know if we can get that done in that 90 minutes. And then we got some opposition in the community. We need to hear from them. So all of that. And I'm also supportive of a consultant, as long as we get one.
That's why we need 90 minutes. But one of the things, as I will say, as before I go to our add-ons and everything, but we've heard from the opposition. And one of the things that I would say to the opposition has had an opportunity to take fiber into Boxtown, into North Memphis, and to do a lot of these areas that are underserved right now.
I don't know if we've heard from opposition.
No, I'm just saying they've reached out to us.
Oh, right, but that's still not to the extent that I would like to have a full presentation.
Right, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm just providing some remarks before we go downstairs with this, and all of this is going to come out hopefully in our discussions. Okay. And to give you another one, and Mr. Smiley, right next door to you, I walk my dog past here, and so some of the opponents of this are going to be the major ones that are already here. But the way that they've treated South Memphis, a certain company, there are wires over the sidewalk next door to this man's house, and I walk my dog at night. So that's what you, huh? Yeah, almost, literally. And so what I'm saying is that there has never been, people who are already here doing business in Memphis, you've had an opportunity to serve this community well. And just because this has been opened up, an RFP process, everybody was able to attend, fine. So I'm eager for us to have that discussion. So that brings us to our add-on items. Well, first of all, items number 1, 4, and 13 will be held until the October 10th meeting. That brings us to our add-on items. Number 14 is a resolution appropriating the sum of $1,800,000 funded by GO bonds chargeable to the fiscal year 2024 capital improvement program budget for the historic Melrose School revitalization. Council District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request of same-night minutes. Number 15 is a resolution to amend the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, to allocate $2,211,232 to the City of Memphis administration for the creation of a pilot program. All council districts, this is sponsored by council members Robinson, Canale, Carlisle, Covett, Ford, Johnson, Jones, Logan, Morgan, Smiley, Swearingen, Washington, and Warren. Is a request for same-night minutes. Item number 16 is a resolution to allocate $500,000 to the Whitehaven STEM project, sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson, Council District 8, Super District 3, Council District 3, Super District 8, request for same-night minutes. So same-night minute items will be 6, 7, 8, 14, 15, 16. Seeing no other business to come before this executive, this